Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 IRC Chairperson Election. Just a quick note of welcome to our live stream viewers. We are joined today by people in the ether watching the procession today. As explained before lunch, we will now be going into our candidate remarks. This is a time when each candidate has 6 minutes to deliver remarks regarding their platform, background, vision, and whatever they want you to know. So without further ado, I will start. I'll turn the mic over to Lucy Kuptana to deliver her opening remarks.
Akana Inuvialuit, Ubanga Tiga, Lucy Kuptana. Many of you know me, but I will tell you a little bit about myself. I live in Tuktoyaktuk, although I'm originally from Aklavik. I spent much of my younger years at our bush camp in the Mackenzie Delta with my parents and siblings. And when Mom got sick, I was sent to Grolier Hall, a residential school in Inuvik, for much of my primary school years. Then moved to Tuktoyaktuk at 17 years old, just out of high school. My parents are Tommy and Phyllis Ross. Dad's parents were Ayahak and Sinikpiak, and Mom's parents were Lucy Kilak and Nanyak and Bill Storr. Dad was born on Bailey Island, and Mom was born on Reed Island, a small island below Victoria Island. I met my husband, my partner of 40 years, Donald Kuptana Jr., in high school, and we have 2 sons, Kyle and Scott, who are both amazing individuals. I have 2 grandchildren as well, Haley, who is 16, and Nicholas, who is 12. I don't come here today seeking ultimate power or position. I come here as a voice of reason and to provide an alternative vision for the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation. A vision that includes openness and transparency, of collaboration and partnership, of communication and accountability, leading the organization with knowledge and integrity. I am by no means perfect. I know that. I might laugh a little too loud or smile a little too much, but I have empathy, and at the end of the day, I just want to help people. The role we're vying for is not the role of a king, it's the role of a servant, working for the Inuvialuit. This is not a glamorous role, but is everyday grind work. Every day in the office, taking phone calls, talking to people, interacting with staff and beneficiaries every day, where community visits become a regular occurrence. It's about being present and being accountable to the people and communities who voted you in to look out for them, to protect and implement the claim and its institution. It is intense sometimes, troubling at other times, but at the end of the day, it's so rewarding, as every success is Inuvialuit success. This role requires focus and collaboration. You need to have a healthy mindset. It requires constant attention, and you cannot be absent. This is what I've done for 35 years, first with the hamlet of Tuktoyaktuk for 11 of those 35 years, then with IRC as your Director of Operations, Communications and Culture, and then as MLA for Nunukput. I lead with humility, knowing I'm not the smartest person in the room, but always willing to learn. This organization was built on the foundation of knowledge and determination. We can all speak about a corporation, but at the end of the day, it's about the people and our land, the people who live this life in the Arctic and protect the land that sustains us. I'm speaking about an organization that is inclusive rather than exclusive. That includes everyone. Everyone in the tent rather than on the outside looking in. A head office that has its doors open, not locked, where somebody answers the phone and guides the individual. An organization that responds to the pleas of somebody looking out when there's no other help to be found. Our elders fought so hard for a land claim where Inuvialuit and communities would be the ultimate authority in decision-making in the ISR. We need to reinstitute that type of collaboration and discussion. We need to reinstitute governance by the community corporations rather than IRC governing the community corporations. Consultation built this land claim, and we need to consult. We need to listen, and we need to follow up. Again, this is about partnership and togetherness instead of silos or separation. Yes, we will have disagreements, but at least we can agree to disagree. That is healthy. That is natural. That is human nature. Where no one's the same, and we're not AI or robots. We all have different thoughts or experiences to contribute to this organization's success. This organization has instituted checks and balances since the early 1990s. We need to be confident in our institutional practices, including outside auditors, an audit committee, a policy outlining investment policy and goals, an investment manager, and investment advisor, separate subsidiaries like the IIC and the IDC. We also have subsidiaries like the IPC who seem to be active with the Inuvialuit Energy Security Project. We did have a commission called the Inuvialuit Land Administration Commission, and we need to reactivate that to deal with Inuvialuit land administration and its rules and procedures. I'm a firm believer in a broader style of government, so Inuvialuit are learning and growing. So for the next election, we have 20 or 30 people running. I have so many ideas, but this is your time to plan for the next 4 years. And whoever you elect to implement the plan needs to be accountable and follow up with a midterm review. This is your plan, and you make sure it's followed to a T. Win or lose, I want to encourage you to push this. Stop being so polite, be disruptive to get things done. This is what your elders did to get this claim done almost 42 years ago. Koe naini.
Thank you, Candidate Kuptana. Just a note for the translators, if we could just manage pace as much as possible, that would be great. I will turn the floor now to Mr. Lawrence Rubin. Just the pace for the translators so that they can keep up with you. Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Good afternoon. My name is I guess I got to keep it pressed down. Again, good afternoon, Blami. My name is Lawrence Rubin. I come from the community of Paulatuk, 300 and some miles flying to the west of Inuvik. A short bio of myself. My parents were Billy and Bertha Rubin, who were quite committed to on-the-land programs, traditional people, a traditional family, nomadic. In our community, there's a good man, good woman named after them, and my looking forward for myself and my spirit is to be that person, a good man for the whole region. I'm announcing my candidacy for IRC Chairman because of that. As a former chair of Paulatuk Community Corporation, my focus has always been on improving living conditions for all Inuvialuit by maintaining close contact with the government of Northwest Territories, ministers, and ensuring our recommendations are heard. I have consistently represented our beneficiaries in all community aspects, whether by engaging with federal or territorial governments or the IRC Board of Directors, to address and act on our issues, always backed by strong support from the community corporations. Environmentally, I'm committed to ensuring that deals involving our land protect it and our wildlife by providing jobs for Inuvialuit beneficiaries. I have been on a list of boards, the community corporation from 2005 to 2025. I've been the chairman for that board from 2010 to 2025. I've been an IGC director during that time from 2009 to 2025. I've been on the WIMAC Wildlife Management Advisory Court Board, FJMC, National Inuit Wildlife Committee, the Paulatuk HCC from 2009 to 2025, Tuktoyaktuk National Park Board, the Inuvialuit Marine Protected Area, and also the Paulatuk Charter Management Group, among other things. Sorry, I gotta keep it down. It is an honor to be here in front of you, the Board of Directors, who represent all Inuvialuit in the ISR. My platform is focused in areas of the IFA that need renewed attention. Section 6.1b of the IFA pertains to community corporations' control of IRC. If you read that sector under the IFA, then you will understand what it means in regard to community corporations managing IRC and move on from there. The development corporations must control local resources, which I've been a staunch supporter and advocate for that for all community corps in regards to their local gravel resources. That's one item. There are many other items that development corps can oversee in regard to creating local economies through their development corps. Transportation, an Inuvialuit-owned airline with larger aircraft to service fly-in communities and freight to other areas where much needed supplies are needed. Purchase other aircrafts for medevac services, as communities have stated to me that one aircraft can service 6 communities or 4 flying communities or 3 flying communities in the coastal areas at every single day. We've had wait lines so often that people at times, unfortunately, may have passed on. Working with the government. As signatories to the IFA, both the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, the government of the Northwest Territories, and the federal government are all signatories to the IFA. We seem to have lost that contact with both governments. Although they provide us funding, we must work closely with them to ensure large projects roll out efficiently, continuously, without delay from either department. Under the IFA, there are 2 complementary sectors. IRC, which is focused on the socio-economic benefits and protection of our rights under Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution, the Inuvialuit Game Council, and its co-management boards. In my opinion, there has been a direct disconnect in regards to both parties working together. Over the last 10 or 15 years, I've seen that, I've experienced it. If elected, I would bring those 2 parties together to ensure proper rollout of projects, procurement, and other issues that seem to be taking a lot of time to move forward because signatures, authorities, permissions are taking. It's like a small bureaucratic government now, where issues can't be moved forward by proper connection between chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Rubin. And just a reminder, Amanda is at the corner table, keeping time for all of us. I'll now turn the floor to Mr. Kurt Wainman.
Hello, my name is Kurt Wainman. I'm running to be your next your chair, IRC chair. A lot has changed since the IFA was signed in 1984. We've seen some incredible success. We've also experienced much loss. We stand now at a very important time for our people in equity, economics, housing, air travel, medical travel. All these issues remain challenging across our region. Good work has been done, but more is needed through accountability and transparency leadership. I was born and raised in Inuvik. I'm 54 years old, and I've lived in Inuvik my whole life. I have 9 kids and 6 grandchildren. The ISR is not just my home, it contains everything I love. My mother is Gloria Allen. She was born in Aklavik. My great-grandfather was Alan Upik. Roger Allen was my grandfather from Aklavik. I have family in Sachs Harbour, Aklavik, Tuk, and I have friends in Ulu, Paulatuk, who I went to school with. I have successfully run my own business for the last 30 years. Every job I have had was in the ISR where I was born and raised. I'm the owner of Northwind Industries. I've gone from 1 truck to over 200 pieces of equipment. I'm currently employed the largest percentage of Inuvialuit anywhere in our region, over 85%. I have the honor and privilege to build several large-scale infrastructure projects such as the Tuk Highway, Tuk Shore Erosion, Inuvik Runway, and countless cleanups and remediations in the ISR. I am incredibly proud to say that Northwind is the largest single employer in the region and the largest employer of Inuvialuit. Working for our people, I've had privilege to help change and improve the lives of many people across our shared region. I watch employees grow from shoveling to operating heavy equipment and driving truck. I have mentored my team from surveyors to managers to organizational leaders. I have worked closely with other Inuvialuit businesses. I have taken many of these businesses along with me for my Northwind ride. I all shared the individual success. Inuvik Construction, Mackenzie Delta Geomatics, Stanton's, Plum Crazy, and those are just a few examples. But as chair, the sky is truly the limit with partnerships we can collectively create. I wouldn't be where I am without my other fellow businesses, and they wouldn't be without what they are without me. I remember 17 years ago, when I was 17 years old, and I was working on the rigs, I watched as southern companies came up to our region and made all of us in Inuvialuit work as laborers and cleaners and steaming rig mats. I remember how they looked at us. They never looked too seriously at us. They didn't believe we were capable. I didn't care what they thought. I know we're Inuvialuit. I know what we're capable of. I believe strongly in working together and being strongly in transparency. I believe strongly in prioritizing a region and making sure our work stays in the ISR. I only want the best for our people in our region in the ISR. I want us to keep growing. There is much more we're capable of. I have never worked for anyone before. Now I'm applying for the first time to work for you, Inuvialuit people, my first boss. I encourage you to look at this election like this is a job interview. Look at our individual track records. Look at what we have built. There was no one I'd ever wanted to work for other than Inuvialuit people. I'm no stranger to politics. I've been a town council here for 17 years, 5 consecutive terms. I was recently awarded the King Charles III Medal for lifelong commitment to my community, my region, and to the Inuvialuit. I negotiated and helped the Inuvialuit secure 33 lots for houses for our people. I want to build houses. I still do. As a political leader, I have helped secure community support for cleanups in the region. I have helped return work to our region and to our people. The spirit I had at 17 never left and never will. I believe now more than ever. I have led and succeeded in several government negotiations. We helped secure the airport runway extension for our people with rallying. We advocated for the Tuk Road and then built it on time and on budget. I am proud of everything I've been able to do for our region, and now I want to give back. I want to serve as your next chair. I've heard from people across the region. I have been listening. I've heard lots of talk of investing in our future. I heard the same talk when I was 17. The reality is that if we care about our future, then it starts with caring about right now. Investing in our people right now is the only way to invest in the future. The future is the result of the investments we make right now. The people we train and teach and grow and believe in are the people who will be able to take care of themselves and their families long into the future. We are Inuvialuit today. We must take care of the Inuvialuit today. The future will be bright if we make the right investments today. For too long, the colonial mindset has invaded our region. There is a belief we must adopt the practice of colonial governments to be successful. But the greatest thing we have done with our people is working together, all together. To continue to stand up against a colonial mindset, to believe in each other and to work together, one Inuvialuit together. I'm applying for this job because I want to take my experience, my education, and my success into the role of IRC Chair. I want to be present in each community. I'm committed to being in each community no less than 4 times a year. I want to benefit all the communities, all our people, and our entire region as a whole. I want to ensure that Inuvialuit are equal and meaningful participants at all levels. My goal is to make us all equal, now, in the future, and forever. I want to be your next leader for Inuvialuit, strong, free, and together. I work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day if I have to. Kwana, thank you very much.
Thank you, Candidate Wainman. Next, we have Mr. Hans Lenny. I'll turn the floor to you now.
Ubanga Adika Inglangasalo. Welcome, and I hope you all enjoyed your holiday season with your family and loved ones. First of all, I'd like to thank our current leader, Dwayne, for all his years of dedication and commitment to the IRC, as well as all the committed staff. I'm the son of Edward and Jeannie Lenny. I graduated in 1984. I obtained a business administration diploma. While I value my formal education, my greatest teachings did not come from a classroom. They came from my parents, my grandparents, our elders. And from the time spent on the land, I was raised hunting, trapping, traveling, and living the Inuvialuit traditional lifestyle, while also learning to navigate the modern and changing world. This balance has shaped me who I am today. My family history connects deeply with every community within the ISR. My grandmother is buried in Sachs Harbour. My grandfather was among one of the first ones to travel with the schooner to Banks Island. By schooner, and it's because of him, Lenny River bears our family name. My grandfather is buried in Aklavik. My uncle Timothy has family in Ulukhaktok. My grandchildren have roots in Paulatuk. My Auntie Persis and Auntie Helen both have large families in Tuk. So I share this not as family history, but to show that my roots run deep throughout 6 Inuvialuit communities. I carry connection, responsibilities, and respect for each one. Because of these ties, I will represent all Inuvialuit communities equally, with the same deep passion, commitment, and respect. I understand where we came from, the challenges we face today, and the importance of protecting our culture, land, and future generations while moving forward together. While being manager of the North Warning for 17 years, we're the only native operated zone in Canada. One highlight that I'm very proud of was helping 2 Inuvialuit beneficiaries obtain the Red Seal heavy-duty mechanics license. So I know the process to excel our youth. My background with the Inuvialuit had always been co-management. In order to protect and preserve our Arctic wildlife and environment, we must take control of our waters. You can see in the news the effects of increased shipping and the effects that it has on harvesting. We need to ensure that we work with our counterparts at the Inuit Circumpolar Council and have legislation for shipping in our waters. Co-management is the backbone of our land claim. We need to work more closely so that our traditional food is secured. The ISR is so resource rich, and we must educate and prepare our youth for the possible extraction of our minerals and oil and gas. To preserve Inuvialuit culture and identity and values, we need to continue to enforce the IFA in the education curriculum. We have many resources within our organization that can be utilized to educate our youth. We need to find a balance between the traditional and the corporate worlds. Some important issues are a possible expansion of our grocery outlet to combat food prices in the communities, increasing freighters to coastal communities, on-the-land programs for our people, attention to the homelessness, housing shortages, and the inclusion of our elders must all be addressed. We are in a position to capture the tourism industry, the Northern Lights, access to the Arctic Ocean, that can employ and then showcase our Inuvialuit identity. We have seamstresses second to none that can capture that market, can also teach our young families to provide winter clothing for their families. If elected, the board of directors will be delegated portfolios that there's a sense, so then there's a sense of ownership and inclusion. Shipping and the M18 are just examples of that. You've all been chosen to be here by your community for a reason, because they see something in you. And I just want to ensure that you feel comfortable to speak up for them. Because the future decision of the Inuvialuit will be made at the tables of the community corporations. I'm a big believer in employee morale. They just want to be heard and appreciated. At different levels, all levels, there will be job shadowings will be looked into, self-esteem built up, and the divisions being broken down. We must have trust and confidence in our own people. They just want to be heard. I plan to surround myself with the right people, smart, innovative, and forward thinkers. Thank you. Lastly, I just want to mention that our forefathers had visions of the future, in particular Mangalalu. He did not accept the offering of money for their land because he knew how to provide in a larger way.
Thank you, Candidate Lenny. I will now turn the floor to Mr. Erwin Elias.
Inuvialuit. My name is Erwin Elias, and I was born and raised in the community of Tuktoyaktuk. My late mother is Florence Elias, and my grandparents are Edward and Olga Elias. I was also fortunate to grow up at a very young age with Donald and Bessie Guptana, which is something I want to make sure I recognize here. I believe that, when we talk about some of the things in the community, the proven results, that I wanted to identify, not to brag about anything or to make our community look better than any other community, but I think it's really important that I highlight some of my accomplishments, and one of them being the shoreline protection, where we received $53.7 million for our community so that our community can sustain itself for the next 20 to 30 years. And something that we're facing today and seeing a lot of is climate change in our communities. And I know that, this fall we had a lot of concern. One of the places being Ulukhaktok, but even in the previous years and more recently, we're seeing the effects in Ulukhaktok, Sachs Harbour, and Paulatuk. Even in the Delta, we're facing the effects of climate change. One of the things that I'm really proud to announce today, one of my accomplishments, is something that we did together as a community back home. And the only way we get to where we are today as a community is by working together. And during my campaign, listening to the voices, one of the things that I've seen is there is some segregation in our communities. And once you face something like that in your community, it's really hard to move forward. So I strongly encourage the 42 directors, going back home, to reach out to your other organizations in your community and work together. I also want to take the time to thank the 42 directors for being here. Also the elders and youth. This is a super important day, and it is a big commitment and obligation that you're here today, but there's also been a lot of sacrifices made for you to be here too, so I understand that, being in leadership. So I commend you for being here. One of the things I wanted to touch on is the youth and culture. You know, one of the things that we've heard, and I've heard since I was a kid, is that, you know, all the concerns we're hearing today of the struggles and hearing the voices in the people in the communities. One of the things that I've heard since I was a kid is that, you know, we can't be spending our own money with the corporation. We need to save it for the future generations. And they've missed a few generations here. And I think it's super important and that we understand that if we don't take care of this generation now, we have no future. Transparency, I think that, you know, this is another big concern that was brought out through my campaign. The communication between the IRC organization, the disconnect between the community corps. This is something that is been a very strong message that's been spoken of in all communities. And I think that we need to mend the gap that we see today. And one of the things that, you know, is really disturbing when you go to the communities and you have people speaking and saying that they tried to call the office, they tried to email the office, and there's no response back. I think that, you know, if elected as the IRC chair, that this is a really easy fix for me. I think that, you know, you're either there to work or you're not there to work. And having an open door policy, you know, making myself open to all 42 directors in every community. The mental health, one of the things that I've also heard throughout this campaign is that, you know, all the communities are asking for in most situations is having a facility in their home community where people can at least go to, you know, talk about their problems, and especially being in isolated communities, you know, not having the opportunity to travel because of the cost. So a lot of times people don't have a choice to leave the communities. Another thing is transitioning. We have, you know, people that are put in situations that are out of their power, but when they come back to the communities to transition, they have a hard time to come back to the society. Lastly, I want to talk about our elders aging at home. I think it's really important that, you know, we find a solution where we can keep our elders at home. I've seen, you know, so many cases where our elders had to leave, sometimes with no choice. So it's really sad to see. One of the highlights of my campaign, and I know this is a little bit short, but one of the highlights of my campaign that I enjoyed was the young lady named Jean from Ulukhaktok. And one of the things that she mentioned, you know...
Thank you, candidate
Thank you very
Elias.
much.
I will now turn the floor to Mr. Dwayne Smith.
Hello? No? Do I have to? Okay, thanks. Ariga, thanks for the opportunity to present myself. It's very hard, I think, to present in 6 minutes what you have achieved and what you want to do in the future for the beneficiaries and the communities and the region at large. My name is Dwayne Smith, as you know. I've been the chair of IRC for 10 years now. I grew up around elders, around a spot named Co-op Hill, where a lot of the first Inuvialuit and others built their own houses to control of our own livelihoods at the beginning. I grew up around Billy Day with my time in Game Council with Andy Carpenter, Nelson and Peter Green, and many others. That's where I learned a lot of their wisdom from, and how I grew up. I've been trying to pass that on with all of the activities that you've seen us doing. What can I say? I mean, we have more beneficiaries that we're supporting now today in post-education. We have more beneficiaries working for us than ever. And if you look around the office and in the communities, who are they? There are a lot of young people that are working for us. We've instilled that pride and identity in the beneficiaries that are working for us. We've got over 300 beneficiaries alone that are working for you. And a lot of them are being mentored and moving up as we speak. We have more programs than ever that are running in our communities, within our region, being delivered. And these are all from the strategic plan that is developed on a 4-year basis by yourselves that are being implemented. I know I'm not perfect. I'm hearing a lot of criticism from others in regards to how we could improve, but we are doing the best that we can. There's always room for improvement, especially when you're growing. But this corporation has the respect from Ottawa and Yellowknife, not the way it used to have, but look at the work that we have created, the relationship that we have with Ottawa. 98% of our contributions are directly with them. That means all of the funding is being allocated to the region to betterment our communities and yourselves. Again, I don't have much time in regards to pointing out many things. I have stated my history and experience. I've been the chair and director of the Inuvialuit Game Council for 10 years in the past. I've been a director of the Inuvik Community Corp for 17 years. I've been on the local HTC for around a decade at the very least. I sit on the National Inuit Tapirut Kanatami Board, ITK. Where does ITK get that direction from? From one of the 4 regions like ourselves. We give them direction to pursue what we see as priorities coming from you, our communities. I've had international experience sitting on the Inuit Circumpolar Council. These are all crucial issues because of what's going on around the world today and what is coming at us. We need to have that type of consistency and experience to deal with these matters because it's coming very fast and very rapid. You've seen how we're trying to develop a stronger relationship with the federal government to ensure that we have security and sovereignty within our region. We were able to get and obtain a contract to enhance over-the-horizon radar systems based in Tuk, amongst other things. Some of the other activities that under my direction have been, we've negotiated the offshore accord. We have recognized rights when it comes to those offshore resources within our region. And we have a veto within that accord. No other Indigenous organization within Canada has that. Sometimes I think we take these things for granted, but they're very hard to work on and achieve. Getting that kayak, that was 4 years of work. It just didn't happen over the last 3 months. That's all background work, planning, and having a vision and direction in regards to what we think we should be doing. We're the only Indigenous Inuit organization to sign a child welfare law. We took back ownership of the day-to-day care of our own children. So we're implementing that as well. We've built our own wellness shelter for families. We've got funds to build an elders facility in Ulukhaktok. These all take time and planning over a number of years, working and developing these relationships. These just do not happen that easily, and it's not because of one white guy that's working for us. I know some people think that, but it takes a team. We have a very strong team of everybody, all 300 and something people working for you that are dedicated to this corporation, and they have the passion and the desire to improve the well-being of our corporation. That's what they're doing on our behalf. other things that I see in the future, implementing the IFA even more so. This is where we're getting our authority and our power from. Making the governments accountable, making industry accountable. Kuyana, kuyanaini, koana, thank you very much.
Thank you, Candidate Smith. I will now turn the floor to Mr. Brian Wade.
Check, check, check. Good afternoon, family, friends, and colleagues. My name is Brian Wade. I got to take a moment to acknowledge other candidates on this campaign, on their campaigns to lead the Inuvialuit People Corporation. I am honored to be here with this group of passionate Inuvialuit leaders. I also wanted to thank you all for welcoming myself into your communities and being a part of the meaningful engagement. I can assure you that your voices were heard, and we can develop a plan to move forward together. I have been preparing for this moment for 40 years, taking the values and beliefs that my mother and elders taught me, learning from the hardships that I endured to allow me to be strong-minded, building relationships to encourage growth, and helping our communities to create peace and unity. I have seen the value and rewards that our culture and our way of life have to offer. I am a testament that it heals. It heals our mind, our body, and our soul. I owe this all to our culture for allowing me to be sober today. I am far from perfect, I am human, but I stand here a man that is driven and passionate about our people, our land, and our culture. Growing up as an urban Inuvialuit and coming home to learn our cultural ways has given me a unique perspective to be able to relate and live in both worlds. Being able to maintain my values that make up who we are. I've always been a compassionate person, feeling for those I care for and those around me. Personally and professionally, I have committed to make those lives around me easier. I have filled the gaps where people needed someone the most, fundraising for families that are burying loved ones, or fundraising for people that are in times of hardship. Additionally, I am a harvester, one that encompasses an Inuvialuit customs to feed our elders, single parents, and community. Professionally, I have taken on certain roles that I believe in and that I'm passionate about. I currently lead files including food security and the traditional economy. Within the last 10 years, I have gone from digging pilings to driving truck, working for the GNWT, and now the director of ICETO within IRC. I've continuously worked hard to provide for my family, and the last 5 years working hard for our people. My demographic is struggling. Social issues, addiction, lack of motivation and purpose, and trauma haunt my peers. I want to inspire and motivate our people. I want to share my story to show that anything is possible. I want to reach out to those who have gone to treatment and are making positive changes in their lives, to amplify their voices and encourage those that are stuck right now. The basis of my platform has been to improve the lives of all Inuvialuit, being solution-focused to improve basic human needs that our people lack. This includes adequate housing, food access, food prices, employment, education, access to our culture and language. Over the last 5 weeks, I personally invested to come to each of your communities, to hear firsthand the concerns and priorities that each of you have. The voices that board members and community members shared were invaluable. The stories that were shared moved me and created a passion and a stronger drive within myself to implement change. I have heard how our own corporation has created hardship for our beneficiaries. I have heard your voices that haven't been heard. I have heard families having to choose to keep their power on or buy food for their children. I have seen homelessness in overcrowded houses. I have seen language and culture disappear. The message is clear. We need change. How do we move forward? I believe that we must empower community members, community corporations, and those working in our corporate center. By hiring Inuvialuit in management roles, we will allow passion to drive the work we are doing. Inuvialuit can relate to Inuvialuit. We must give the community corporations the tool that they need to deliver meaningful programs that will directly benefit their membership. To continue to increase funding to allow continuity and retention with their employees, increase support staff within IRC to assist the community corporations with their financing, bookkeeping, and other administrative duties. We must allow community corporation staff to have benefits and vacation travel allowance. Refreshed employees are hardworking and motivated employees. Inuvialuit are social. We are shareholders of our corporation. We must have the corporate center accessible to our beneficiaries. Growing up, I used to sell newspapers in the corporate center. I would see Inuvialuit leaders such as Nellie, Gail, Mavis, and others in those offices, visiting and socializing with everybody that walked in. It was inspiring to me as a young boy. Let's return our corporate center to our people. If elected, I will commit to get rid of that key fob in the elevator. I will garbage the automated switchboard, and I'll put in employee direct numbers on the websites to ensure that we are accountable to all of our beneficiaries. Our region has a housing crisis. Inuvialuit deserve to have adequate housing for their families. Homes are the center of security for oneself. It is crucial for our positive mental health. We can build homes in all 6 communities. IRC has the funds to get started. We have contractors ready to construct them. And let's pull together and construct homes for Inuvialuit. I will commit to engage with communities to identify priorities on public and market housing options. Our elders are having to leave communities to aging care. Let's prioritize this to develop infrastructure and support so our elders can age in community. The commonality in all of this is it takes collaboration. It takes relationship with territorial and federal governments, Indigenous organizations, co-management bodies, game council, community corporations, and community members. I know that everything I tabled cannot be accomplished alone. Collaboration and understanding must be on the table, but starting with sitting at a bilateral meetings is a start. From there, we'll find overlapping mandates and construct a plan forward together.
Thank you, Candidate Wade. Thanks to all the candidates for well-prepared, thoughtful, and thought-provoking opening remarks. As discussed before the break, the community corporations will now go into caucus for 30 minutes. And then we will return to the next round of questions for the candidates. So I would ask the candidates, perhaps you can stay here, and community corporations can move to spaces where they are able to speak. Yeah? Okay. That's right. So if you want to meet in different spaces, we have the curling club reserved, and we also have the community room available upstairs. There aren't very many chairs in the community room upstairs. So if you want to sit, we can bring chairs up and help. But those are the 2 spaces available. There's also space near the pool if you just want a quick huddle over there. So 30 minutes from now takes us to 2 o'clock or thereabouts.
Do we have anybody for scrutineers, or did the candidates pick anybody in particular, or how is that working?
The candidates were given a few notices to send me their scrutineer names. We have had a few people identified as scrutineers, but it is up to the candidate whether they want a scrutineer or not. And we're still open to accepting scrutineers. Scrutineers join us just for the voting portion. So if there are scrutineers, please bring them forward. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We are now heading into the segment of our program where the candidates will be asked the advance questions. As a reminder, these are the questions that were provided to candidates in advance of Election Day and provided by community corporations. They will be hearing the question that they are to answer for the first time today. So they had to do a lot of work to prepare for 14 different questions. We will be proceeding in a particular order. That order has been given to the candidates now. Oh, that's important. just a few more minutes. Thanks for your patience. Thank you for making your way back to the meeting room. So I'll just quickly repeat that these are the advanced questions that were provided by the community corporations before Election Day and circulated to the candidates. They will be asked 2 questions each, and they will have 3 minutes to answer each question. Amanda Shortreed, our valiant timer, will be signaling when the candidate has 30 seconds left to speak, and will be signaling when the candidate is out of time. And I would ask candidates to please finish what you're saying when you see the red sign or when I start to cut you off. So, without further ado, we will commence with our advanced questions. The first question will be asked to Mr. Brian Wade, and that question is, with all upcoming sump remediation and site cleanups for oil and gas, how do you plan on ensuring all smaller Inuvialuit companies are included? You have 3 minutes.
Part of my platform was to develop an IBL and to ensure that there's support systems for entrepreneurs. A lot of our people have great ideas, and they don't have the support to get those ideas off the ground. Something I've wanted to do is to create a system within IRC to be able to invest in those entrepreneurs, allow capital and startup to be at the discretion of ourselves. Right now, entrepreneurs are going to external organizations and government to secure this funding. So ensuring that we have, entrepreneurs that are supported, but also to create relationships. I went deeply in depth in co-management boards and game council and governments, but there needs to be relationships maintained with industry, with the larger companies that get the primary contracts, and then encourage and support our smaller businesses to get a piece of that pie. It's already been done to an extent right now. The main contractors get the big contracts, and then the smaller companies get subcontracted out. But it's just about communication and building those relationships and maintaining those relationships and supporting entrepreneurs and business owners that want to be a part of it. It also doesn't have to be community specific. We can include other communities within these primary contracts. You look at large scale infrastructure projects and the big projects that are happening right now, and there's multiple communities involved in these. So yeah, just to build off of those 3 things, I think is really key. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wade. The next question goes to Mr. Dwayne Smith. That question is number 14. How will you ensure that Inuvialuit communities are able to participate in IRC's successes?
Thanks, and thanks for the question. I'll try to answer it the best that I can. In regards to how Inuvialuit communities are able to participate in the successes, if you look at what we've been able to achieve to date with the housing, the infrastructure that we're going to be building, we've been collaborating with the community corps mostly through the chairs to date in regards to the planning. Some of the construction that we have done and a lot of the remediation or elder repair programs have already included a lot of the local businesses within the communities and or creating startups in some of those communities to do that work on our behalf, as well as the follow-up. In regards to the successes, the investments into the community corps have built up more for them to have more discretionary funding for each of the community corps yourselves to undertake and initiate what you see as priorities at your community level. So those programs, those supports, those investments that we have been doing have been building up the capacity within the communities, not only as well as what was pointed out earlier, the employment within each of the communities, our elder care programs, our student supports within the schools, our community wellness workers, etc. That's all building capacity for each of the communities and yourselves to deliver what you see as priorities and important programs right at the community grassroots level. And again, there's other initiatives that we have been doing, raising key issues, needs to either the territorial or federal governments for other infrastructure like docks, like airstrips. We were able to get a commitment from the federal government to improve an airstrip in Sachs Harbour, but we did not have the support of the GNWT. They said they had to fix up all of the airstrips within the NWT, so we lost that funding. These are examples of what we have been trying to pursue to improve the well-being in the communities. But again, we're having pushback in regards to our own governance and what we see as priorities. Self-governance, look at what we're taking on, and there's more that we see as moving on in regards to building our capacity moving forward. And a lot of that is going to be right at the community levels. We are building community complexes that are going to include early childhood facilities. We're going to need staff to look after those buildings. We're going to need staff to look after the children within your communities. These facilities are coming, and we have been looking for lots to build these facilities. And again, I've heard comment that not all of this information reaches the grassroots level, but we do put it out there in our press releases, etc., our notices. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Smith. The next question goes to Mr. Erwin Elias. That question is question number 6, which reads, what are your priorities when you become chair the first year and why?
Thank you for the question. I think first of all, I will need to understand the corporate structure and getting to know the programs and contribution agreements that are in place. I think we need to roll out the housing and infrastructure programs, which are time sensitive, find ways to reduce the cost of living, build up our relationships with the GNWT so that we can work together to improve the lives of the Inuvialuit. We need to hold the GNWT accountable. And one of the reasons I say that is, some of the things we're facing today, we look at is, the healthcare system. There's a lot of concerns about medical travel that we hear about today, dental, education, the social passing within the education system, mental health, drugs and alcohol. I think that it's super important that, this is one of the things that can happen fairly quick if elected. A lot of the concerns that I've heard, again, through my campaign is GNWT related. We talk about the social assistance program, for example. Majority of the work that we see in our communities is always seasonal work or short term, which has a huge impact on someone wanting to actually get up and go to work, right from our young youth all the way up to our elders. And by that I mean, if you're offered a job to go to work for 2 weeks, you're penalized for 3 months through the GNWT system. I think that there needs to be a change there, but there also needs to be a relationship. I think that we have the opportunity here to work with the GNWT, and I truly feel that a lot of the concerns we have going forward is because of GNWT. So I think that, we have the capacity within the corporation to deal with a lot of these issues. And I also feel that, we need to work together with the corporation from the community level all the way to the top, making sure that we're all on the same page and there's a good understanding of what the real needs are in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Elias. The next question goes to Mr. Hans Lenny. That question is question number 13, which reads, what are your plans for addressing the high cost of living in Inuvialuit communities?
Thank you for the question. Well, food security is a big issue. Fuel, the cost of fuel to go out harvesting, and the power just to keep the lights on in your house. Those are big issues. We have a food mail program that is an option through Stanton. I'm not sure who's all taking advantage of that, but it's there. We need to utilize that a lot more to get to the outlying communities. The M18 is coming. What are the advantages for the homeowners? We need to get those details down and get it to the homeowners. The high cost of fuel, we all know it. We go buy fuel for our truck just to get to work, just to go to the grocery store. All that is everyday lives of people up north. So we need to put a plan in place to lower all that. We have so much here that's offered in the ISR that could be more utilized. Just M18 is one of them. Agriculture is a program through Food Banks Canada. I've heard stories of the elders growing their own vegetables in Aklavik. This was before Inuvik was established. Why can that not happen here? Have it homegrown. It could happen. You just got to think outside the box and make it work. Recognizing that entrepreneurships and education are avenues for self-sufficiency. We need to have better income for our people, setting them up for the proper jobs so they can afford these houses. Stop reliance on governments. We need to break that cycle. That's what we need to do. Have our youth look at other opportunities. We can provide more resources to train entrepreneurs and get educated. Again, underutilized. Yes, our education department and training department, they are a good group there. They have lots of ideas. We just have to communicate it out and get it to the people out there. We are so resource rich. It's coming. We just need to harness it, lower the cost of living for our people, and get the right people on track. Sit at the table, make the plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Lenny. The next question goes to Mr. Kurt Wainman. That question is number 10, which reads, how often do you plan on including your board and executive when making decisions?
Any ISR-wide issues must go through the board. That means all you have to vote and work together and communicate. This is the most important thing we have to do as the Inuvialuit. We need to ensure the board meetings take place in all communities and not just Inuvik. We have to reach out, communicate, talk with each other, not fight or argue, but come to a good understanding of each other and what we require. There's more transparent with decision making that happens at the board, and regular board meetings be shared with all the Inuvialuit boards and all the Inuvialuit people as a whole. We rely on the roles of the vice chair, the secretary, ensure community voices are heard and that the community hears about all our decisions. Meetings can be held quarterly in each community instead of just the main place of Inuvik. Open up the chain of emails, communication, phones. There's so many ways of communication today. There's no reason not to ever hear everybody's voice, even if you can't make a meeting. There's 100 ways of social media. There's so many ways to make decisions and communicate. If we can't, we can use Zoom meetings if we have to. If we can't fly and you have to stay home with your sick children, but there's ways to communicate properly and effectively and get the message across so that you're all heard properly. That's the biggest message I hear, is that you're not being heard properly. And I want to hear everything. If I'm the chair, I want to hear every concern, every need, and I want to see every community. I expect to hear from you, and if you don't, you'll hear from me because I'll be asking the questions. It's not acceptable. It's a two-way street. Questions, answers. We have to actually communicate and be effective communicating. Without effectively communicating, we won't get the proper decisions and not financially be sound together. Being sound together means we're financially responsible to our people, and we can do good things together. Big projects, small projects, any projects we want to do, any place, any region, any community. We want to do things like, communicate and build stanchions in every community. We have stanchions in these other communities, but no one's brought that forward. Why is it in half the ISR and not the rest of the half? There's things we got to communicate and talk about. I heard about our airline. That's the first I heard of it was now, but we have years to communicate and bring it across your boards, ways to fix it. Biggest thing is communication, meetings, and reliable communication from all of you. And like I said, if I don't hear from you, I would be calling you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Candidate Wainman. The next question goes to Mr. Lawrence Rubin. That question is number 3, which reads, how do you plan to spend the money we secured a few years ago to provide housing within Inuvialuit Settlement Region?
Thank you for that question, Kate. I say this, and I respond to you with a little grief. Got a message on one of my brothers living down in Toronto, and unfortunately he may have passed. But I'll answer that question. How do you plan to spend the money that was secured a few years ago? And mind you, the spending has already been in place. The money that was identified from the federal government was in a large number, about $110 million, to provide local housing or enhance local housing with the government of Northwest Territories. Unfortunately, the partnership that we have with GNWT is non-existent in that regard, leaving us in our communities, split between, who gets what. The intention of this funding was to provide housing for all 6 ISR communities, which currently is in place, such as community centers in Paulatuk, Ulukhaktok, and other communities that haven't been identified yet. Community of Tuktoyaktuk has been receiving units through the all-weather road. I just saw a posting last week of a women's shelter or a men's shelter being put in place in Tuk. So that spending has already taken place, but to address further spending of that money, we have to come up with a plan in regards to our coastal communities, because transportation, as a lot of you know, with the sea lift has always been hit or miss every year since we let go of that company quite a few years ago. The territorial government has been quite absent in regards to listening to our coastal communities that require sea lift. If they fix that, if we fix that, communities can benefit from that through identifying times of seasons that are more beneficial to sea lift in our coastal communities, so that we can provide enough units per season until we finish that funding. But it still creates another problem in regards to operations and maintenance. That money is only there to build units. How do we go about utilizing or creating funds that we have or should have in regard to operations and maintenance? Because as you see in every community, GNWT, the federal government, and even homeowners' units are dilapidated over the last few years.
Thank you, candidate.
So I hope that answers your question in part.
Thank you very much, Candidate Rubin. The next question goes to Ms. Lucy Kaptana. That question is question number 12, which reads, how do you plan to promote contracting opportunities for Inuvialuit business owners in Inuvialuit communities?
Thank you. Thank you to the community corporations for the questions. And again, thank you for the opportunity in providing these questions ahead of time. Working with Inuvialuit companies and businesses in the ISR is really important that we have that communication utilizing our Inuvialuit business list. This is an important tool that the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation has and should be updated. It was quite a busy program back in the early 2000s when oil and gas was robust in the Inuvialuit Settlement Region. And we can retool this Inuvialuit business list in consultation with communities, especially small businesses. Right now, we're finding that we have 2 large companies in the ISR, and they take up a lot of the business. And I think we need to do more, especially for our smaller companies that need that type of support. We can provide supports through ICEDO and ICEDO initiatives. We used to do that in the past, and perhaps we need to revitalize that. We talk to the board and see if that is part of our strategic plan with the 42 directors. But there's opportunity there, and there's people that want to have a small business rather than working for somebody. They want to work for themselves. So we need to provide that type of support. The government, Northwest Territories, and the federal government do provide supports to small businesses or even larger companies, but I think the Inuvialuit could do much more with that. I think it's about collaboration. I think, again, it's about communication. There's a lot of outreach that needs to be done, and especially with Inuvialuit Community Economic Development Organization, or ICEDO, we can do a lot more with this. Thank you very much. Koyanani.
Thank you, Candidate Kuptana. With that question, each candidate has answered 1 advance question. We will now move on to the second question for each candidate. The first of that second question goes to Mr. Erwin Elias. That question is number 2, which reads, how do you plan to strengthen collaboration with the Inuvialuit corporate group?
Thank you for the question once again. The way I plan to do this is to have more communication. I believe it is needed so that we have all a good understanding of where we are within the corporate groups. I believe that is crucial in making sure that we have transparency. It is important that all the corporate groups work together within their mandates, but also understand the respect, the confidentiality that comes with it. I would like to see a clear pathway for the Inuvialuit beneficiaries to fit these roles such as management and executive. It is important to know what's happening with our investment group, and just as important to know what is happening with our game council. I believe that communication and transparency is key. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Elias. The next question goes to Ms. Lucy Kuptana. That is question number 5, which reads, how do you ensure IRC board is accountable in addressing the mandate that is given for the next 4 years?
What a great question. That makes me smile because this is so important for you as the 42 directors. In the next couple of days, you're going to be creating and just organizing a strategic plan for the Inuvialuit over the next number of years. And your board and board chairs have to be responsible to report back to you what's happening at the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation level. Sometimes communication has been limited within IRC. There's many of the business practices that are happening right now that require confidentiality, but there still needs to be that report back to you because you're voted in, you're elected in to represent the Inuvialuit in your community, and you need to answer with confidence at your AGMs and at the corporate tour and any meeting that Inuvialuit are invited to, that you know the information and you have the information in hand and you feel confident about that. I think the strategic plan is something that we could have a midterm review in a couple of years. I think that corporate tours report on the strategic plan. That is really critical, that when the IRC is coming to your community, you should expect a report on the strategic plan and what has happened since the 42 directors meeting. That's something that's very critical. Also, communications, we need to make sure that we have our newsletters back after every board meeting. I think Inuvialuit appreciated that, to have that information at hand. But accountability is important, and it shows through elections. And you have elections every December. I know there's been some talk about the election process and the timing of the elections, and that's something that the 42 directors again can talk about. But again, a strategic plan, a midterm review, more information, more communication like newsletters after each board meeting, and also corporate tours and community visits. Have those conversations in your community about Inuvialuit activities. Koinaini.
Thank you very much, Candidate Kuptana. The next question will be asked to Mr. Hans Lenny. Pardon me. That question is number 11, which reads, how do you plan to support better food security in the ISR?
Thank you for that question. There are so many avenues out there. For example, the Food Bank of Canada, Second Harvest. There's a lot of philanthropies out there that we need to utilize them all. We can provide more education on harvesting. This could include supporting a traditional lifestyle project that's associated with harvesting. You know, we've got lots of young hunters out there, and I know the cost of buying just the ammunition. Well, I think we could have a program where we could start reloading our ammunition And then they get so precise that one caliber can hunt 3-4 different types of animals. You know, even just shotgun shells, if we recycle them. Have those products available, so then the cost would lower down on that. And just having the pride of doing that all for themselves and feeding their family, that's the main thing too. We need to work with harvesters to support their efforts and recognize them. That's the best feeling in the world when you go out and you share your harvest. You get a true heartfelt thank you from an elder because they want that traditional food. I tried to pass that on to our young harvesters. You can get no other bigger thank you than that, having to share your traditional food. We can also work together and harvest with harvesters, support them with their equipment. You know, that's a big burden. You're always buying parts. Lots of the parts are even made up of our own people. That's how innovative we are. You know, Inuvialuit rarely gets stuck. That's because that's how we grew up. Partnerships and recognizing that we can work with everyone to make sure there's food. You know, we've got so many animals that we can harvest. We go to different areas, different seasons, like how the animals do. You know, we go to the coast to hunt geese. We go to the Mackenzie to get our shubak. We move from season to season. And that really helps, and we educate our youth to do that just so we can put more food on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Lenny. The next question goes to Mr. Lawrence Rubin. That question is number 4, which reads, community corporations and members see a disconnect with IRC. What would you do to ensure that this is addressed, and how will this be addressed?
Thank you again, Kate. More or less a two-part question. Community corporations and members see a disconnect with IRC. You know, I see that also, and many of you who sat with me on the Inuvialuit Game Council have seen that disconnect in that part. So working together to improve that disconnect, to have the IRC chair, to have the Inuvialuit Game Council chair sit together, communicate on a monthly basis, identify issues between both the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, who encourage socioeconomic benefit for all 6 IRC communities, and also the Inuvialuit Game Council, who ensures food security, who ensures that our animals are protected, that our environment is protected. That disconnect needs to be rectified. That disconnect needs to be addressed immediately. For such reasons as Inuvialuit, that should have been well placed years ago, but there has been a disconnect. Other issues between IRC and the Inuvialuit Game Council and other corporate departments have been disconnected for quite some time. In all my years sitting with IRC, I have never sat directly with the Inuvialuit Development Corporation. There's a disconnect there. So in regards to that, how to rectify that is to get all chairs, all subcommittee chairs sit together, congregate in one area and discuss everything under the IFA that connects all groups together, not only IRC and IGC, but all other co-management boards. All other boards such as IDC, Inuvialuit Investment Corporation, IESP, get all those leads together and sit in one place and say, we fixed this problem. But mainly getting a connect back to the community between IRC and its boards. Who actually should control IRC? That's the way I see rectifying IRC and its disconnect with all 6 ISR communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Candidate Rubin. The next question goes to Mr. Dwayne Smith. That question is number 9, which reads, how well do you understand the IFA?
They give you the easy one.
Well, thanks for the question. It reminds me during break, somebody was asking me what I used to do before I got into this, and I was a wildlife officer. I used to visit the communities and conduct different business, and it reminded me why I brought up Peter Green was going there to Paulatuk to go over the books, etc. With him, and people of Paulatuk knew how Peter used to keep everything in very huge books, accounting, expenditures, etc. But in regards to the IFA, what I was touching on earlier was when I got on the Game Council as Billy Day's alternate, and Andy Carpenter was the chair, and we had Danny Gordon, etc. We started pushing. I was one of the new members, started pushing for better accountability of the implementation of the IFA, because I was just starting to read it myself and wondering why isn't the government working better with the Inuvialuit in regards to the implementation. And then other people got on the Game Council, and Paulatuk saw that, so they reappointed Nelson Green back in the day. And if you didn't know Nelson, he was commonly referred to as Mr. IFA. So he was there to make sure what the younger guns, we were called, on the Game Council were raising were accurate in regards to the implementation of the Inuvialuit Final Agreement. So he tutored us in that way, amongst others. And Andy Carpenter, negotiator, I'd ask him questions. Why was it like this or that? And then up to today, how we're implementing, constantly stressing and pushing the different sections that the governments have obligations to uphold. I constantly pointed out to the federal government departments, this is your treaty, this is your Inuvialuit Final Agreement. You are signatories as Canada on behalf of Canadians with this treaty with us for the implementation of that. And it's an ongoing learning experience. You hear people making different references, etc., to different sections of the IFA, but you can't read each section in isolation, because as you go through it, you'll see it'll say, refer to this section over here or that section. When I came in, we started pushing IFA 101. Bill, have you taken that course yet? We're pushing for IFA 201, etc. And we were breaking it down by section to provide a layman's understanding of each section of the IFA. People can learn that. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Smith. The next question will be posed to Mr. Brian Wade. That question is number 1, and it reads, how do you plan to encourage mentorship for our Inuvialuit members to fill management positions within IRC and our Inuvialuit corporate group?
During my opening speech there, I gave you a little history on what I've been doing in the last 10 years. And where I am today is because I've had role models and because I've had mentors that have taken me under their wing along the way. You know, a lot are sitting at this table here, you know, people that we learn from. And taking that and looking at our people, and, you know, I don't want to discredit university and college degrees, but the lives that each of us live and our membership lives by teaches us a lesson, and it creates us who we are. I was told really early on in my career that you could teach anybody to write reports. You could teach people how to do funding proposals, but you can't teach that passion that somebody has. And to identify that, that's what we need to find, is passionate Inuvialuit people to sit in these positions, to be mentored and have a career ladder in front of them that they strive towards, that's actually achievable and that's actually going to happen. Because there's always a lot of false promises made, but we become complacent in a role. And then we have to search for those advancements elsewhere, and we lose that retention. So really taking the people that are in our corporation, putting passionate Inuvialuit behind them, and teaching them that administrative skills is essentially what needs to happen. Creating opportunities that our people are passionate about, our people that they're knowledgeable for, is essential. You know, we've been developing programs, you know, one that I could refer to is like food security, for instance, and being able to tie that to our traditional lifestyle. You know, it creates that opportunity for people to get their foot in the door, and then they are able to build off of that as well. So just to continue on with that, everybody's capable as long as they have a passion. Everybody is able to excel in their careers. They just need an opportunity. A gentleman told me that actually hired me, said, if I do my job correctly, I'll put myself out of a job. And he was a non-beneficiary. And I believe in that, and I hear that every day in my head, that's the approach that people need to take when they come into our corporation and they see young Inuvialuit people who are passionate, is to get that young person in their chair so that they can lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Candidate Wade. The next question will be asked to Mr. Kurt Wainman. That question is number 7. It reads, how committed are you to fulfilling the required workload of this position, and how do you plan to manage and meet the workload demands of this position?
Well, everyone here knows me. I work 24/7, 7 days a week. I never give up on anything I do, or any boards I've ever been a part of, or anything I've ever negotiated. There's always a way to debate. There's always a way to make things work. My work ethic is very clear and very straight. Communicate, work hard, and you can't get it done, work harder, communicate more. That's all you can do. As a board, you bring your boards in, you bring all your boards together. For one, have fun, okay? Like this is supposed to be fun too. Like you got to be serious, you got to communicate, you got to have fun, you got to make your jobs and everything work together. And at the end of the debate, I'm hoping that you all come to the same conclusion and the same ideas, and do it the proper way. It's my work ethics have always been teamwork. Teamwork with everybody. I've been successful with teamwork. I've mentored a lot of people. I'm willing to help. I'm willing to share ideas on investments, on work ethics, on everything under the sun. I like working with my administration. I like the teams to be straightforward, transparent, clear. And I like to execute jobs. Execution's a big thing. Taking a job only halfway is not good. In this position, as a leader, you have to lead your people into the future. You have to lead everyone into the future, and you have to lead together. I built teams. I'm very passionate about getting the jobs done. I know how to delegate. I know how to mentor. I know how to communicate. I've done all this to be successful in my own business. Now I want to pass the knowledge on to everybody else. And if I can pass the knowledge of my 30 years of success in business and my 17 years in politics, I'm sure we all can work together and we can make a common goal of success together as the Inuvialuit people. As these 42 directors, you pull together at that in leadership, you'll have nothing but success. We all go towards the same goal. We know what we want. We know what our communities need. We know we need food. We need stand-ins every community. We got half it covered. I'm big on that. Our planes, communicating. Their boards bringing everything forward to communicate properly. like I said, I work 7 days a week. My phone's always on. My email's always on. The door will always be open. The biggest thing is communication and working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Candidate Wainman. That concludes our advanced questions segment. Big round of applause for our candidates. We now have scheduled a 15-minute break, but I'm going to give you an extra 10 minutes. You can thank me later. We'll reconvene at 3:15 for the next round of questions. For those on live stream, we'll just pause for a moment and come back online around 3:15. Thank you. Welcome back to our third question segment of the day. Thank you for your persistence and your continued attention to the questions and answers. In this segment, candidates will be called upon to respond to questions from the floor. These are questions that the community corporations have generated and will pose to whichever candidate they decide to pose that question to. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer each of these questions. And we will be moving community by community in a manner that ensures all communities have the same number of questions that they are allowed to ask of the candidates. So for the first round of questions, we will proceed in the following order. ICC will ask the first question, followed by ACC, followed by Ulukhaktok, followed by Paulatuk, followed by Sachs Harbour, and finally Tuktoyaktuk. Now, candidates, are you ready to receive questions? I think that's a yes. Okay. Amanda, are you ready? I will turn the floor then to Inuvik to ask the first question. Oh, sorry, pardon me, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Just to clarify, the question needs to be addressed to one candidate. If we address the questions to all the candidates, it would take a long time. So I'll turn the floor to Inuvik, please.
Thank you very much, Kate. And first of all, I want to commend all the candidates up there for putting their name forward. Putting your name forward to be voted on by your peers is not an easy thing to do, so good on you for doing that. We had an excellent 42 directors meeting before, and one of the things that I think the general feeling around the room was that the 42 directors are not heard enough. And we understand that our chairs are members of the Executive Council on Inuvialuit Regional Corporation. So what we had proposed, and we're going to see if we can move a motion to that effect, was we do a midterm review. The 42 directors want to meet every 2 years to do a midterm review on the incumbent, whoever is the sitting chair at that time, where there's a possibility that if we're not pleased with the performance of our incumbent CEO, if there's mechanisms at our disposal to remove that person, that's something that we want to exercise. I think it's all about getting power back to the 42. We were all elected by the beneficiaries of the Inuvialuit Final Agreement. And there's a feeling around the room in our discussions this morning that the voices wasn't being heard as much. And we need to change that. We need to change that. So my question, and I don't know who in particular I would address this to, because I think it's one that all 7 candidates at 2 minutes each, which is 14 minutes, I think should be able to answer if the moderator allows it. But would the candidates, and I'm not sure who to address it to, Kate, maybe I'll leave that up to you, but would the candidates be amendable to a midterm review by the 42 directors, just to see that if we're pleased with the work you're doing, the direction that we're heading, and if not, if it's at our disposal, then we could suggest a change at that time. So I'm not going to address this to anyone in particular, but I would maybe leave it to Kate to direct it to one of the 7 candidates up there. Preferably, I would have liked to hear from all 7 candidates, because this does affect them all, because one of them is actually going to be the chair of the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation. So I'll leave it at that, Kate, and I'll leave it with you.
We can address this in one of 2 ways. Yes, Lawrence? What, did you have a question? Oh, you were going to answer. Okay. We want to keep this as fair and transparent as possible. So either with a show of hands, the 42 directors signal to me that they would like the candidates all candidates to answer this question. Keep your hands up. Okay, it looks like we have support for that. So I am going to now use my numbers to draw an order. Okay, I will ask the candidates to write down their order. Mr. Erwin Elias, you will go 5th. Ms. Lucy Kuptana, you will go 4th. Mr. Hans Lenny, you will go 7th. Mr. Lawrence Rubin, you will go 6th. Mr. Dwayne Smith, you will go 3rd. Mr. Brian Wade, you will go 1st. And Mr. Kurt Wayman, you will go 2nd. I will ask Mr. McLeod to please repeat the question.
Repeat the question? Who's your favorite NHL hockey team? The question was, would the candidates be acceptable or amendable to a midterm review by the 42 board of directors to judge your performance in your first 2 years of your term?
So whoever goes first, whoever I drew first, please answer that question. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for the question, guys. That's good to see unanimous support. I think it's just the first of many for the 42 to get their voice back. You know, direction comes from you guys, and if this is something that you guys support, you know, it's a common practice to have that midterm review done. You know, so it would be, you know, if something that the 42 of you guys support, then it's something that I would be open to. I think it's a good practice to make sure that priorities and direction is aligned still. You know, 2 years is a long time when there's a lot of priorities. Things tend to fall through the cracks. So this is a good halfway point to kind of keep everything in check and to make sure that we're still on the right path forward, and to keep the position and the corporation accountable. So, you know, that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wade. I'd ask the next candidate to please take the floor.
Well, it's all about structure here. If I become your chair, I'm your employee. And every good employee or every employee in this high ranking of a job gets a 3-month review. and then you get a yearly review. You get performance reviews. On top of that, there could be reprimands, there could be communication, there could be improvement calls. The board can create a board between all 42. You can create an employment board for the chair to be accountable to each community and discuss things. It's kind of a loaded gun because not everyone can be happy, but if you can put a board together to make a decision on a performance view and a commitment view of the job, that'd be the best way to go. The structure, if I become chair, I'm an employee of all the Inuvialuit. And if I'm not doing a good job, I want to know, because that's the only way I can improve. That's the only way I can get the message across. And that's the only way to improve what you're doing as your job. So if we're going down the wrong path on something, we have to communicate. But the review is a good thing after 3 months, 6 months, a year. I would leave it up to you, the boards, to build a structure and a committee to make sure that the leader's accountable to everybody. And I mean accountable to each community, accountable to each director, each region. Accountability is a big thing. And if we're not doing our job or not listening, we shouldn't be here. And that's the way I see it every time. It's, like I said, accountability. If you decide to build a board, it's even better. But if we have a 42 director meeting, we can listen to you flat out, listen to everything you want, your needs, and especially if you're doing something wrong. The leader needs to know so we can fix it and carry on forward and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wainman. I'll ask the third respondent to take the floor, please.
Yeah, thanks, Robert, for the question, Community Corp. I think in regards to this and the size of the corporation, where we've been transitioning to, taking on more activities and self-governance, I think that it's timely for something like that to be conducted just because of the growth and to continue to seek direction. So we're going to be getting the 42 directors. You will be setting the strategic plan. It's up to the chair and the staff to implement that strategic plan on a regular basis. How we have been holding ourselves accountable or holding IRC accountable is by giving periodical updates, newsletters, press releases. Is that enough or not? But again, I think that there needs to be a review of that to improve assessments of where we are going on a consistent basis by every 2 years, as was suggested in regards to check and balance. Just makes sense in regards to us because of the growth. But we need to develop, you need to see criteria around that because, again, the growth that we are is maybe there needs to be also be a look at the role and function of a chair and a CEO. I mean, we're getting so big that that needs to be taken into account in the future as well. Because one is political and one is implementation. So there's that needs to be conducted, but you need staff to go and put something for you to look at in the future.
Thank you, Candidate Smith. I'll ask the fourth person to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you to the Inuvik Community Corporation for that question. Again, my platform, and I've talked about this earlier, was collaboration, community, transparency, and accountability. We should never fear to communicate. If you truly believe in the work you do as a team, there should be no fear in having a 42 director meeting, whether it be every 2 years, every 1 year. That's a direction from the 42 to the board to the chair, and that needs to happen. Strategic planning process, again, the reporting on the strategic planning process is instrumental and critical to the organization's success and to Inuvialuit's success, and I spoke about this earlier. It's important that we have these mechanisms in place, and Robert did question about recall of the chair, and I know there's provisions in certain bylaws, in the IRC bylaw number 1, where there is a recall provision for the IRC chair, if the board or the 42 would recall the chair. Koinaini, thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Kuptana. I'll ask the fifth person to go, please. Number 5.
Thank you for the question once again, ICC. I think that this is a great question, and I also believe that this is a strong statement as well. I've been through this process in the past as the mayor of my community, and one of the things that it does hold, whoever's in leadership position, the leadership position, accountable. And it's the same structure we use when hiring staff. At the high level, like hiring an SAO, we have a evaluation that takes place, and I think that this is one of the things that it could lead to. I also believe that it holds accountability in making sure that whoever's in the IRC chair is committed to doing their job and following up with the communities. Lastly, I believe that there could potentially be another solution to this when you bring this idea up, is that 42 directors right now are having it every 4 years. Maybe this is something that we could see every 2 years or even annually. I think that's another way of holding the seat accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Elias. Would the person that got 6th please take the floor?
Thanks, Kate, and thank the Inuvialuit Community Corporation for that question. Through experience in my time with IRC and also the Inuvialuit Game Council, there are policies and bylaws that are created through both departments, through the HTCs and the community corps. Understanding that through the HTC, we have a review of every appointment that's in place, including the president of the HTC. Along with the community corps, that should be in your bylaw that states you have a review of your chair annually. In regard to the term, it could be a 2-year term, it could be a 3-year term. But you annually have a review of your current sitting chairs or presidents annually, and that proves out it's worked well. In the environment of the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, yes, it should be, because the term is 4 years, there should be a midterm review. And I agree with that. The board, you guys, 42 directors, should create a policy or put in motion a resolution that would address in this meeting a 2-year review. And I would be happy to see that, and I'm all for that. Understanding that on the other side, the Inuvialuit Game Council also has 42 directors. They at times try to address 42 director meetings, and they do reviews also. So yes, I agree with a midterm review, and I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Rubin. And our final respondent, please take the floor.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you, Inuvik Community Corporation. The strategic plan is going to be the guide. We're going to be setting this. So this is where the review will happen. Communication is the key. We need to know if we're not doing the right job. There will be, that provides accountability. That accountability is going to be transparency. We need to get that across. We need to work it out as a group, because we're all going to be making the decisions together. Someone's got to bring it up, where if there's a problem, address it. The sooner we address it, the sooner we could fix it. Right now, we would be in a situation. Look at seven people here. to me, that seems they want change. We shouldn't come to this. You know, this will keep them accountable. And working with the whole group right here, that's going to keep it that way. We have to have the open communication. That's the only way we're going to be accountable. You know, collaboration. That's the thing. We have to make the plan. We have to stick to the plan, and we have to monitor it to complete the plan. If we're not going to complete it, our job's not done. So it's going to come to everyone here sitting here. You should all have a say. You should all have a voice. And if it's not working, speak up. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Lenny. We are moving now to the Aklavik Community Corporation for their question.
Daigu Kuyanaini. The question that we came up with today, if elected, are you willing to work with the communities to form a reintegration program for our members to come home to, a safe place after treatment or a counseling program?
Is this question going to be directed to all of the candidates as well? Okay. I am going to draw names again. Okay, we are going to move down the line from Mr. Erwin Elias on. Could the Aklavik Community Corporation please repeat the question?
Yes, if elected, are you willing to work with the communities to form a reintegration program for our members to come home to, a safe place after treatment or counseling program?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I think it's super important that, you know, when we talk about transition homes, or, you know, someone trying to recover from, you know, being somewhere down south for treatment, coming back to the communities, and there's a lot of communities right now that don't have a place to go. So, you know, again, it's, you know, a government system that to me fails, and then the people come back to the home and there's no place to go, so they go back into the same situation. I think that it's important that the Inuvialuit, you know, find these places that we could bring to the communities so that we can have a place for people to transition. And the same thing with counseling. You know, I think that we need more counseling support in our communities. We don't have much of these services throughout the ISR, and I think that's one of the reasons why we see this failing. Again, I mean, we've seen people a number of times come back home wanting to change and putting in the effort to change, but there's nothing at the community level. And I think it's important that, you know, we can use the infrastructure funds to put the infrastructure up in the communities, but also using our own people so that each community has someone they can relate to for the counseling part. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Elias. I'll turn the floor now to Candidate Kuptana.
Thank you, Aklavik Community Corporation, for the question. This again is critical. We have many people that are going out for addictions treatment and counseling many times in the South, and they come back and they come back to the same situation within their household or within their community. So many times they're struggling to succeed and those supports are not around. We need to provide an umbrella of supports, working with IRC and the government Northwest Territories and the federal government, and also NGOs provide a lot of that support as well, where we can collaborate and work together to help those in the community that are struggling, that are transitioning back into their home community and hoping to succeed. We need to offer counseling supports, one-on-one supports. On the land programming is very helpful and helps them ground themselves and they find peace when they're on the land. We need to build that up and encourage people. I think that there's many programs with the government Northwest Territories and also the federal government, along with many NGOs, which talk about transitional housing, tiny home projects, transitional housing to addictions recovery program. Like, all of these things need to be offered, and we need to do a careful analysis to see what programs and supports are available to the community so we can support people so they can go back home. Koinaini.
Thank you, Candidate Kuptana. I'll turn the floor now to Mr. Hans Lenny.
Thank you for the question. Well, we definitely need an aftercare program because we see it now where the people are coming back, they just fall into this vicious circle again. It's not because they want to, it's because they have no avenue for their self-help. On the land programs work the best. It's in our blood, in our Inuvialuit blood. That's what works. You give them out there, it builds up their self-esteem. You get them to harvest some animals, some fish, feed the elders. And on top of that, set a few traps, you might get some income. Then they have something to work on. But building their self-esteem is so important for them. They just need to stay busy. You know, having sharing circles. We see that happening right now in some of the communities, getting positive results out of that. Just talking about it. If they can help someone, that makes them feel so much better inside too. You know, just having to share their experience. That experience might help someone else that's struggling too. Because we don't know what the people are going through. You know, you got to watch how you talk to the people. You don't know what they're going through. They may look nice and happy walking through the streets, but at home they're struggling. So you have to have that type of passion to help them. So just get them out on the land because that's how we are. That's how we are as Inuvialuit, you know, and just helping them. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Lenny. I'll turn the floor now to Mr. Lawrence Rubin.
Kuya Aklavik for that question. I see Aklavik as a prime success example for all other outlying communities in the region because of their efforts to bring children out on the land, to bring family members out on the land, to bring members who have gone through treatment back out on the land. And I've seen through the reports of your chairs over there at the IRC and the Game Council level, I've seen the success. You are a prime example of success. So yes, recovery programs in small communities like Aklavik, Ulukhaktok, Sachs Harbour, Paulatuk, they're much in need. And I'm not ashamed to say that I'm a recovering alcoholic. I haven't had a drink of alcohol since 2007, but my experience was in returning to that state was I needed help. It was non-existent. There was no place I could go to. Some people may laugh at, men need shelter, men need help. They do. It's not only women. Men need help. So I've been through that. So recovery plans or recovery programs that are in place should be exampled by communities that address that, communities that lead that. IRC does have a lot of programs such as Brighter Futures, which is, yes, it's a good program. to address, but we need prime examples, we need good examples, and we can apply them to other communities that need that help to benefit the communities, more to the flying communities where individuals can't get out because they have to fly out. It costs the government a lot of money to get them out, so they're stuck in the communities and meeting with councillors that come in from out of town. And basically, that's it. So thank you for that question.
Okay. Thank you, candidate Rubin. I'll pass the floor now to Mr. Smith.
Hey, thanks, Aklavik, for the question. As many of you are aware, there are a lot of programs and services being provided. We have built up capacity within IRC to have our own councillors and or outside councillors made available, whichever people may prefer, as well as on the land or different services, etc. It's also been pointed out by the IRC board members themselves that once we build housing, once, I can't say, sorry for saying I or IRC or whatever, but once houses are built within the communities, there was a request to keep at least one for different purposes that the community corps would look after for immediate needs of people that have, where they need to have a facility like that to go to. We've got the facility. We worked with the TCC in regards to getting the funding for the facility that just got to the community there. But I would also say that we would have to get the data. We would have to know how many incidents we're dealing with, how many people have a requirement for this type of support over a longer period of time, so we know what we're looking for in regards to providing that support. If there's 100 people a year, that sort of thing, etc., because that would give us an indication of the type of facility, the type of professional services that we would need to provide. And then I would have a draft recommendation put together. The health and wellness staff would go to the communities themselves and present it to you to see if this is the right direction and get your input so that we could get clear idea as to what we want to do for implementation. Thanks.
Thank you, candidate Smith. I'll turn the floor now to Mr. Brian Wade.
Thank you, Aklavik, for that question. This is one of those scenarios where the regional approach has to complement the community approach. You know, every one of our communities have people coming back in that have sought help, and I am a firm believer that idle hands find trouble again. And when you say program, you know, it's not just infrastructure that's needed. It's a whole program and community approach to it. And I think we really need to support those that have come back. We need to, like they said, integrate, you know, on the land components to it and cultural components to it to fulfill that soul, that void that's needed. But taking an Inuvialuit approach to it and not a colonial approach is key. You know, there's on the land programs that are run that are very colonial. You know, when I go out on the land, it's very much different. And I know that there's liability issues and stuff like that, but we have to have that Inuvialuit lens. And I think that's really the key is to create a mentorship. You know, nobody can stay home alone and be successful. You have to have somebody that you aspire to be or somebody that's there at 2 o'clock in the morning to phone you. So when you say program, I support it completely as a whole, not just infrastructure, but as a system that our community has so that these people can rely on it. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate Wade. I'll pass the floor now to Mr. Kurt Wainman.
It's a great question. It's something I've been involved in for 5 terms of my town councillor seating. The entire time, and everyone here would know Delta House we used to have once upon a time. Our entire time we've been asking for a new Delta House so we can heal our people. We're building transition houses right now in the community of Inuvik, which means we can do it in our other communities. My entire life, though, I've seen people leave and come back, and exactly not so long after they come back, fall off the wagon. We want another Delta house. We want transition houses. You know, it's a thing I've seen for so long, and I have some guys that are friends of mine that have entered in this, and I've helped and dealt with. You know, like, but we need a rehabilitation center, and we need one now. Times have changed. Things in this all our communities have changed and accelerated, and all you know that it's accelerated to the worse, not to the better. The transition house will help us heal our people. We get a rehab center, we heal our people. The transition house will help us keep them surviving and going and using counselors. It's something I've been asking for 10 plus years. And I've seen a transition house being built here lately, and I hope they succeed and finish it so that these people do not have to fall back in their same roots, and we can help our people. There's so much that can be done locally here. When the people leave, it's not fair to send our people south to heal. It's not fair at all. We need a healing center, just like our women's center down on the hill there, a halfway house, something like Delta House that deals with the alcohol and drugs that we have to deal with, and the transition house to move them on in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wainman. That concludes all the responses to Aklavik Community Corporation's question. We will now move to Ulukhaktok for their question. When you ask your question, if you could just let me know whether it's being posed to all of the candidates or just one of the candidates, that would be great.
Kwana Kate, our question we would like all candidates to answer also. If elected, would you be willing to make changes to the IRC housing program where we have a program in place to help elders do home repair? But it's not only elders that are homeowners back home. We have some young people, and they do need help just like the elders, and also just being able to get into housing where that would alleviate some housing issues where young people are helped out in getting their own homes. So that's our question.
Thank you, Colin. I drew numbers while the other questions were being answered. So this question will be posed in the following order. First, Lawrence will answer, then Dwayne, then Brian. Fourth will be Kurt. Erwin will go fifth. Lucy will go sixth, and Hans will go seventh. So I'll turn the floor now to Lawrence Rubin.
Ulukhaktok, Colin, and thank you for that question. We've been going through this retro program for the last 5 years in regards to elders and so on. I think we're down to the age of 50 or 55 currently, but still, as you state, that still doesn't address the current situation with, as you posed in previous meetings, younger people who are currently in the state of owning their own units or private homeowner units. They don't have the help that's needed out there that's required, not even by GNWT housing. So IRC has that those resources, but how do we address that? By changing the plan, changing the process, allowing the younger ages to be attended to at this stage. I've seen that as a fix in the community of Paulatuk where some younger members are owning units, but they still haven't been addressed. They're not getting the fixes that they need, the retros that are required. In our region, it's cold in the wintertime, even with climate change. It's still cold out there. We still have to, plug doors, put towels under the seams and whatnot, plug up windows, which are a safety issue. So yes, I would create a plan, if elected as chair, to address changes in the housing retro program under the Inuvialuit Regional Housing Program. So and it's much needed. So thank you for that question.
Thank you very much, Candidate Rubin. Next, I'll pass the floor to Mr. Dwayne Smith.
Thanks, Ulukhaktok, for the question. Being a little bit more familiar with in regards to the elders repair programs, yeah, it has been up to 50 and over so far, just because of the numbers of people that have been needing repairs. It's also been suggested to the board that we would, if re-elected, we would consider creating an IHAP program. Most of you, might be familiar with IHAP, and this would be an Inuvialuit housing assistance program where we would entertain beneficiaries taking over ownership over a number of years, just like how it was run by the GWT many, many years ago, for them to demonstrate that they can look after these houses. So there's that scenario as well, because it's already been pointed out that we have funds to build housing units, but we do not have funding for O&M. And when you're building that many units, it's going to be a very extreme cost. But people also want to get into having their own home ownership as well. So there's that scenario that we would look at entertaining moving forward, to have young families take over day-to-day ownership and responsibility, where they would sign an agreement with IRC to ensure that they're demonstrating that they're keeping the upkeep and the cost and the maintenance of that facility over time. Thanks.
Thank you, Candidate Smith. We'll pass the floor now to Mr. Brian Wade.
Thank you, Colin, for the question. Thank you, Ulu. To start off, we have to encourage home ownership. We have to make it lucrative and appealing to people to want to buy homes. It's natural progression. When you're in public housing, and you work your way up to market rent and then possibly home ownership, that's the way it's supposed to be. But we're not following that progression because it's not lucrative to own homes. It's too expensive. It's hard to get repairs. We have to alleviate that onus, and we have to make that transition easier for people. Under the current repair program, what I heard a lot of was that there's no accountability on the work that's being done. There's worst case scenarios that are happening. They go in to fix something and something busts, or it's not done properly, and then they're left with the cost and the hardship that comes along with the repair. So we really have to dial in on quality work being done. Making it easier for homeowners, building capacity in the trades in communities, that will alleviate, people having to fly in and do home repairs. Also awareness in current existing programs for home ownership through, NWT housing. What programs are currently available and how do we set it up? I know I looked into it one time and you had to have a credit or cash to debt ratio and all of this stuff that a lot of people don't understand. So let's start educating our beneficiaries and preparing them for home ownership. And with new housing that's coming down the pipe, that's up to you guys on what it's going to be. Is it going to be public housing or market rent or home ownership? That's the decision that, the 42 of you will have to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wade. I'll pass the floor now to Mr. Kurt Wademan.
Thank you for the question. Home ownership, buildings, infrastructures, everything that we get grant money to build has always been a problem. O&M has never been included. So we're set up for failure all the time. It's something that has to be, when we build these new houses, our old houses, that we have to structure something that covers O&M. And it's something I know a lot about, actually, because I'm a big pusher of this building alone here. It was built, but they never provided O&M. It costs the community, the taxpayers, money. It's the same thing as building all new houses in all the communities. If we don't include O&M, we're setting up people to buy houses that in 10 years, maybe the house gets outdated and we have to update it for the current situation, the current community and the problems. But O&M is never included. It's something we have to design into our home ownership, into our grant money, into our building of houses, into our infrastructure buildings, because we always get the money to build stuff, but we never get the money to maintain it. And they don't realize the cost of these communities, what it costs to maintain. I mean, that's something we have to be clear between the government, the Inuvialuit, and everyone, that O&M has to be a part of these deals. And it also has to be a part of, we build these deals, we build these houses. It also has to be a part, we have to include the older houses, because that's all we got there. That it's expensive, and we have to improve that scenario. I'm a big guy on building things for free, doing things. It's not necessarily free, but building all kinds of stuff. But I'm also big on needing operation and maintenance money so we can have sustainability in your houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wainman. We'll turn next to Mr. Erwin Elias.
Thank you, Ulukhaktok, for the question. I think that, one of the things that I see here and have gone through the system myself, I feel for the younger generation, especially those that, are trying to get off their feet, to become independent and become homeowners themselves. I think that it's super important that we recognize that, so that the younger generation or the younger adults that are taking this huge step need to be supported to be successful along the way. I also think that we need to continue supporting the elders' homes. That's one of the things we've heard a lot throughout the campaign, is that, there's tough living conditions in a lot of communities. I believe it's time to start supporting, anyone who makes that step in the younger age group to make sure that they succeed and, become a homeowner. Again, this is why it's so important, I believe, that we need to roll out our housing program. The sooner we can get that housing program rolled out to the communities, the less concerns we may have. Obviously, building criteria and guidelines around whether we do target market rental or social housing. But again, thank you very much for the question. I think that, it's very important, and when you're a homeowner at a young age, it's really hard to get by. And again, even when you're an elder, even harder. So thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. We'll pass the floor now to Ms. Kuptana.
Thank you, Ulukhaktok Community Corporation, for the question. In terms of migrating this from elders' home repair to the more younger working people in the community that own their own homes, I think we need a clear review of the Inuvialuit housing plan to see what's planned, what progress has been done with that plan. We have to take stock and look at the regional landscape, look at some statistics, look at who owns homes in especially the smaller and more remote communities, look at the condition of those homes, and provide an evaluation. But it's clear that we need to support those that own their homes. Otherwise, we're putting more pressure in the public housing program, and that program does not need more pressure. It's hard enough as it is, and I think supporting homeowners and just maintaining their homes or adding a new piece of infrastructure within the home, like a boiler system or a foundation or a roof, this is all critical to maintaining that home, and they need those supports. These are very costly upgrades, and many times people cannot afford them, and they have to make some hard choices. So with our Inuvialuit housing plan, we should include those that are more younger and those that own their own homes within community. Quite 90 for the question.
Thank you, Candidate Kuptana. I will pass the floor to Hans, please.
Thank you for the question. Well, there's a couple parts to it. What would really needs to get done is our housing department needs to come to the community. They need to see your needs. I don't know if they've even been there. You guys know what you need. They need you to come see you, because every community is a little different. But the idea is ownership. Create and ownership. That way the owners, they feel more responsible. They're going to want to fix their own homes. And this brings along tradespeople. We need tradespeople in our own communities that you can have these repairs done immediately instead of bringing someone in. Another avenue we could look at is that why we're not running a sawmill here, creating some of just the basic piling system. It's just the start. One, you create employment. Two, you send that out because we've got so much wood here in the Delta. Okay, let's start utilizing some of that. Build a base. These just the base. But then also, too, I've talked to the housing people here, and they're looking at modular because the thing is it's getting the volume out. We need as much housing there as possible. They're looking at modular. Well, yes, but I think we need stick build also too. Create employment, create opportunities for tradespeople to be educated and be the ones in the community to fix the problem when the problems arise. But ownership is the way to go because that sense of responsibility, you can fix it yourself, and it just, at the end of the day, you're a lot happier. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Lenny. That concludes the responses to Ulukhaktuk's question. Thank you very much, Ulukhaktok, for your question. We will now move to Paulatuk for your question. I invite you to take the floor.
Thanks, Kate. I won't take credit for this question, but it was developed by the group here. So if elected, what would be the first thing you would do to make an impact at the grassroots level of food security and community wellness? I think it's only fair that all 7 answer the question. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. The order of responses will go as follows. Hans will go first. Lucy will go second. Erwin will go third. Kurt will go fourth. Brian will go fifth. Dwayne will go sixth. And Lawrence will go seventh.
Thank you for the question. Food security. Well, my spouse used to work for the wellness anyways. She knows all about Food Banks Canada. That's why I brought it up in my answers before. They're waiting, wanting to come and help. I'm not sure if they talked with our departments here, but there's an avenue right there to help. They're bringing it FOB Inuvik. Why not FOB communities? Free on board meeting. You can get that type of food there. And I brought up also too about increasing freighters into the communities. There should be a trial running with Aklavik, either running an ATR or a Dash 8 or whatever it takes to get the food to the communities at a decent price. It's not only food also too, you get your ATVs and snowmobiles, you wait for them for so long. Okay, getting the using the resources that we have to think outside the box a little bit and getting a freighter out there. That'll bring the food prices down, but creating partnerships like Food Banks Canada, there's so much of them out there. They want to help. And so we just need to go to those avenues. And you said wellness. Well, we have the biggest department there, probably with the biggest budget. We just have to sit down and make a plan. And again, it'll be back at your table. Let's make a plan together. You know what you need. Let's figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Lenny. We will now move to Ms. Kuptana, please.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you to the Paulatuk Community Corporation for the question. Again, this question is critical, and this is something I heard throughout the campaign, is the cost of living in the community. People are finding very difficult just to survive paycheck by paycheck. Groceries, the cost of groceries are out of control. The cost of fuel is out of control. Aklavik Air and with the planes that they use, how can we collaborate with Ken Borick to provide better service to community? Like Hans mentioned, freighters in community, how can we do this in collaboration with Ken Borick to make sure that it's utilized fully in community and communities are satisfied with the service? I think that with the IHAP program, the Inuvialuit Harvesters Assistance Program, we really need to look at that program and utilize that. We need to look at all our contribution agreements. We had a presentation this morning with the hundreds of millions of dollars in contribution agreement funds that we have for this organization, for this region. And what are we doing with that? We need to look at what's been committed and how we can roll this out in community as soon as possible. We need to look at ICEDO, our country food processing unit here in Inuvik. Why aren't we adopting that in all communities so we could have that throughout the ISR? We have an abundance of resources, country food within the ISR. Why aren't we adopting that so we could barter, we could trade, we could utilize food from within community to community? I think there's so many opportunities, but these are some of the things that I could think of just at the top of my head. Thank you. Koinani.
Thank you, Candidate Kuptana. We'll pass the floor now to Mr. Erwin Elias. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. I think that, one of the things Hans mentioned here, Food Banks Canada, they've come to our community in the past here, and I have a connection, with the guy that runs this program, and he's been reaching out as well to see how he can come into our region to provide services to our communities. So there is a big opportunity there. One of the things, when we talk about food security, we are a settlement region that's rich with food on the land. And I know that, there's some stuff being done through ICEDO. But again, during my campaign, when I went to the communities, if you look at it right now, you see that Paulatuk has no blue whales this year. You look at Ulukhaktok with no whales this year. You look at Aklavik with no caribou this year. Sachs Harbour with no fish. How come we're not working together to build, a system where we can barter or we can have exchanges? Food security, we have everything in our backyard, but, the thought of buying Maktak pails and not building a program into it, and then when the Maktak pail comes to IRC, we're marking it up and selling it back to our people. So I think that food security, we go back to our land, we have everything there, and I think that's one really good way of subsidizing our needs. Aklavik Air, Stanton's, we hear a lot about that. I think that IRC needs to step in and subsidize those departments. I think that, we've prices in Stanton that are more expensive than Northern Store.
Thank you, Candidate
Thank you.
Elias. Okay, we'll now move over to Mr. Wainman.
Hello, thanks for the question. Food security and wellness. Well, first of all, I think we should be buying out the co-op, and we should be turning it into a Stanton's. We should, and that's a start. And then we got to look at our supply line, and we look at our supply line. That means being bigger planes or more flights, in order to bring the price down on food. The more we buy as the group of Stantons in bulk, the cheaper the food gets. So the more communities we involve, the cheaper stuff gets. It's a no-brainer. You buy more bulk, everything goes down, then we can pass the savings on to the communities. It's a known fact in business. also the find a way to lower the gas so you can hunt more. Find a way to lower the shells so you can hunt more. Cost of living, right? Send it down for your wellness. Every ISR community should have a Stantons. That's my thoughts. We need to control the supplies in the communities with our flights, bigger flights. If we save a bit everywhere, we can improve every community. But we have these stores in our small communities that we don't own and we don't have no interest in, so they set the rates to whatever they want. If we have control of it, we can set our rates and we can subsidize and we can look after our people better. That's my thoughts and ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wainman. We'll pass the floor now to Mr. Brian Wade.
Thank you, everybody. Food security. Regarding to Inuvialuit, there's two forms. There's a retail food and there's the traditional food. The retail food, I went into every community and I saw grocery prices and it is astronomical. There's two communities in the ISR that have no competition. The stores create their own price and the customer has to pay whatever they have. You see the direct benefit to that in other communities that have competition, further communities away from the main hub of Inuvik, and they're paying less for groceries. There's direct competition in the communities, so we need to get competition into the communities to lower those grocery prices. For market food, continue the advocacy work on the subsidy, the NNC subsidy that's not working right now. I'm involved in those conversations, putting on the table to subsidize things like bullets, gas, a grub box to take out on the land, having a fixed price on that so that doesn't fluctuate throughout the seasons. Access to traditional foods, it's a staple in all of our communities. It's something that we got to support and encourage. I know that, the Iceto Country Foods Processing Plant does a good job. We don't distribute enough as of yet, but I'm a firm believer that our region holds enough resources to provide to everybody. We have to put those satellite facilities in the communities to meet community needs as well. Entertaining ideas like community harvesters, that go out and that's what they do for a living. Ideas like this are out there. Enabling people with the tools and resources that they need to go out onto the land is essential. There's a lot we can do to lower the food costs. So thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wade. We'll pass the floor now to Mr. Dwayne Smith.
Thanks, Bill Paulatuk, for the question. I'll try to follow it in order. In regards to the food security issue, I would continue to lobby the federal government for funding, for long-term funding, because both food security and the health and wellness funding have sunsets within them. I don't think people realize how fortunate our region is when it comes to these types of funds that we're receiving, because not every region, indigenous community region across the country receives this to begin with. So we have been fortunate in having these continue to date. IHAP, it was just pointed out that we provide opportunities to provide you with the resources. I would continue to enhance that so that you yourselves within your communities have the tools for you to go out and get the food to provide to your communities, your households, so that you're creating your own process within your community to have self-sufficiency when it comes around food security. We sent out almost 400 fish nets. I used the quote, feed a person a fish and you feed them for a day. Teach them how to fish and you feed them for life. It's those types of initiatives. In regards to the health and wellness, I would have our health and wellness team go back to the communities and get direction from you as to what your priorities are, so that they would develop a community wellness plan for implementation that you would work with them on delivering. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Candidate Smith. And now we'll pass the floor to Mr. Lawrence Rubin.
United Paulatuk. Thanks for that question. Being from the community of Paulatuk, I've seen and experienced all the needs that are required for food security and community wellness. In my opinion, they're both tied together. If you run out of food, then your mental state has changed. So they are both tied together. For the benefit of flying communities, including Ulukhaktok and Sachs Harbour, Aklavik and Inuvialuit Development Corporation should devise a plan to subsidize such food like caribou, fish, geese, eggs. Many times I've gotten egg from Sachs Harbour, and I've sent char to Sachs Harbour as a trade-off. Back then they didn't charge us for sending country food, but now they are. So we have to revise that plan to ensure food security is addressed through all outlying communities. Nutrition North, we've all been down that road before. We all know it's failed. Currently, the federal government is reviewing Nutrition North. We relied on that to address order through Stanton. It hasn't helped. Northmark, Northern Stores, and all communities that they are in, you know what they do. They take the profits. They put the stickers on the shelves and say, this is what Nutrition North is reducing their cost to, but it's not true. So we are in that boat. We know how to fix it. We know how to apply subsidies. Once we own Aklavik by itself, we can provide subsidies through that for country foods. Food Bank Canada, they attempted to do a program last year to bring food from Whitehorse, fly the food here to Inuvik, drop off food packs to the smaller outlying communities, and hopefully that works in the future.
Thank you, Candidate Rubin. That concludes the responses to Paulatuk's question. We will now move to Sachs Harbour. If we could have your question, please.
Okay, my question is our question is to all candidates. This is going to encompass homes, food security, all that good stuff. The government has put a moratorium on oil and gas in the ISR, in the Beaufort Sea. Would you, if elected, be willing to fight the federal government to retract that moratorium and get back on having oil and gas industry in the ISR again? Because as you well know, when there was oil and gas industry, everyone had a job, everyone had money to burn. This would solve the food security problems, the homelessness, all that good stuff. So would you be willing to go to war, let's say, or fight with this federal government to bring back oil and gas in the ISR? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Responses to this question will flow in the following order. First will be Mr. Brian Wade. Second will be Kurt Wainman. Third will be Mr. Dwayne Smith. Fourth will be Mr. Hans Lenny. Fifth will be Ms. Lucy Kuptana. Sixth will be Mr. Erwin Elias. And finally, seventh will be Mr. Lawrence Rubin. I'd like to pass the floor now to Mr. Brian Wade. Thank you.
Check. In 2003, I took part in the oil and gas boom that was happening at that time. I saw the benefits that you're talking about, Darren, and it was good to see the economy flourishing and people happy and feeling productive. The moratorium that was put into place, from my understanding, it was not consulted and it was done on without consultation with Inuvialuit. So that's something that we have to fight against, is that Canada making the decision for us. We should be responsible for those decisions. Now, regarding the economy around oil and gas, I don't know if there's still that big boom for oil and gas. But looking at alternative measures to create an economy that everybody can partake in again is priority. You know, right now, from what I see from community economic development lens, is that tourism is, you know, on the increase right now. We have increased tourists coming up the highway, increased cruise ships coming down the Northwest Passage. There's jobs and there's money attached with that as well. So we need to create a tourism strategy with consultations from all 6 communities on how we proceed there. That would be my approach. But like I said, I'm pro oil and gas. I was part of it. I've seen the benefits of it. But it's up to the market, essentially. And I still have time. So, you know, M18 is a big one. You know, there's a lifelong career coming down the pipe. We have to get our beneficiaries excited for that. You know, it's not like the rigs where you could go and be a floor hand or a roustabout. You need specific training. It's the same industry though, and we need to get our people excited for that and get them involved before it comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wade. I'll pass the floor now to Kurt Wainman. Thank you.
Same as Brian here. I was part of oil and gas when it was here in booming. The decision that came across for the moratorium was just like all of you woke up one morning and they said, that's it. You all know it was wrong. They never consulted us. They never talked to us. Maybe they did, but us never heard this. It was like we got up one morning and it was like, that's it. You're done. You got a moratorium, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, thanks for letting us know. I would support bringing back oil and gas to work as long as the boards would support me and vote for it. The direction it has to go is that everybody has to want everything. We can't just, I would support anything that all you want is Inuvialuit. And like Brian said on the M18 well, that's our new, clean, green, burning gas machine. There's other ways that is related to oil and gas. It'd be more than nice to take that offshore and ship it to the big countries of Japan and China and export it internationally and maybe cure all the employment and all the jobs and all the money we need through and become a little Norway. Norway's structure of their oil and gas and offshore is very beautiful. They support their whole country. They're $1 trillion country. We could be a Norway if we play our cards right, but it's going to take you all as board members and directors to all come together and decide what you really want and if you're really willing to go that far, because it is a big undertaking. It'll open up our country to international spotlight. But I do agree we need more employment, and when oil and gas was here, it was huge. Everybody worked, everybody prospered. Like I said, if you all decide that's the way you want to go as your leader, I will lead you that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wainman. I'll pass the floor now to Mr. Dwayne Smith.
Thanks, Sachs, Darren, for the question. In regards to going to the feds, I sat in this very hall back in July with the Prime Minister and 8 federal ministers, and that question was asked to IRC about the moratorium. And I pointed out that we are in favor of having the moratorium lifted, because when it was established without consultation, there was certain criteria. And as I pointed out earlier as well today, that one of the criteria was reaching an agreement, the Tuktoyaktuk Offshore Accord, with the 2 territories in the federal government. We have reached that. So that was one of the main goals of that, where we have a veto. As I told you, we can control the development of the oil and gas within the ISR. This includes straddling resources that go onshore and offshore, where we benefit with the royalties of either as well. And since then, I've written the Prime Minister a letter asking that the moratorium be lifted. And just recently, the Premier of the NWT has also made the same request, because the 2 territories are party to that signatory also. So we've already pushed for that, but to keep it in perspective, there are limited oil and gas where we're not a white elephant, as they call it, globally. We don't have the vast amounts of oil and gas reserves as there are in Norway, as an example, or other areas. But we would push to have some kind of an assessment done to see how we could better market that with the federal government to other areas, because we are developing M18. So that's an opportunity right there to start with. Thanks.
Thank you, Candidate Smith. Next, we'll pass the floor to Mr. Hansletti.
Thanks for the question. Well, I'm not against development, just as long as it's done right. We've been through it before. We know what works and what doesn't for our area. We have to get our house in order. We need to ensure that our harvest data collection is current, because if there's a catastrophe, we're going to start talking compensation. Okay, we need to prove to the government or to the oil industries that this is what you'll be ruining if something happens. So we need that data on hand, ready to talk to them, go to the table with them, because this is our land, this is our environment. You're going to take away a whole bunch of things if something ever happens. You know, we need oil and gas is here right now. They're working with us. They are really good partners, you know, but they're spending money with no return. So right now is actually a pretty good time to, okay, let's put their money where their mouth is, and okay, let's start talking. We got to make partnerships, because if we're going to do it, we have to extract as much money out of them as possible, because they will be making a lot of money off of our area. So we just got to plan it right, get things in order, and get our people to work. That's the thing. We have to figure out how we're going to export it. Is it going to be a pipeline? Is it going to be shipping? That takes a whole lot of planning in place. You know, the backdrop of it, if it ever happens, something ever happens, we're going to be the ones paying for it, and our kids. So we just have to make sure it's done right. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Lenny. We'll pass the floor now to Ms. Lucy Kaptana.
Thank you, Sachs Harbour, for the question. And this is a really difficult question to answer, because I'm not a big proponent on oil extraction in the Arctic, especially the deep offshore. I really worry about that. And many times companies come into the Arctic, as we've seen over the last 50 years, and they leave a big mess. Look at all the sumps we have in the Western Arctic. We have over 220 sumps that need to be cleaned up, and who's monitoring those sumps? So just imagine something in the Arctic offshore. That's really troublesome. I know there's been a lot of work done over the last 10 years, a lot of negotiations, because again, this was done without consultation with the Inuvialuit. IRC has done a lot of good work with a Tuktoyaktuk offshore agreement, and working with the government, Northwest Territories, the federal government, and also the Yukon government in partnership in negotiating an agreement dealing with the offshore. And the IRC today is a partner in that agreement. And that's at the forefront. And that's been some really good work by the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation. In terms of onshore, there's a lot of possibility. The M18 project is going to be a game changer for this region. It's going to provide gas to this region, natural gas production in this region, and supplying our communities with a synthetic diesel. And that possibility is going to help us so much, especially with the cost of living. I know that the Arctic offshore moratorium, there was work done on the Beaufort Sea Regional Environmental Assessment, and that was completed in 2020. So maybe we need to have a good read of that document, because a lot of work went into it. It was about 5 different parts of this assessment, and this is something that we need to utilize. Thank you, Koinaini.
Thank you, Candidate Kuptana. We'll pass the floor now to Mr. Erwin Elias.
Thank you, Sachs, for the question. One of the things, we were impacted as well back in our community when there was a permanent ban put on with the offshore with a 5-year moratorium. You know, I felt that we were left out when this decision was made by the federal government. We had no say during this time, and no one was there to fight for us when this decision was made, with no consultation. So at the same time, you know, even though we really felt that, you know, this would be a big opportunity for IRC to step in at the time, being in the Inuvialuit Regional Settlement Region. So what we did as a municipality is we sent our mayor, who was Daryl Nasagalawak at the time, to Yellowknife to meet with the Prime Minister when this announcement was made. And today we still haven't heard a response back from that. We hear about a 5-year moratorium. There's been no follow-up with this. A 5-year moratorium means that they're going to come here and they're going to see how things are and see what they think about it. So back to your question, you know, I would definitely support and entertain this idea, and I would be ready to go to war, you know, if it's the wishes of the IRC board and the Game Council. I agree with what Hans Lenny said in regards regulations, but we also have to understand that we need an economy as well to survive. And I hear the voices in Sachs Harbour. Thank you for your question. Kuinaini.
Thank you very much, Candidate Elias. We'll turn now to Mr. Lawrence Rubin.
Kuinaini, Sachs Harbour, Ulukhaktok. To answer your question shortly, is the moratorium was in place since 2017. And I had asked Dwayne when he met with the current Prime Minister, has he asked to lift it? Apparently he did. And again, the moratorium that was set in 2017 was because Canada wanted 25 to 30% of the coastal areas that Canada owned to be protected, meaning that they wanted marine protected areas in the region. So far we've got Tariyam Nautait, we've got Anganyari and marine protected areas, and there are more areas that are suggested or looked at in regard to Ulukhaktok, Sachs Harbour, maybe more areas in our western coast, but you know, that's a situation that we were put in. Until the moratorium is lifted, I was told that IRC is not agreeable to marine protected areas until we find out what's out there. So we need to do that again. We need to implement a program like BREA, the Beaufort Regional Environmental Assessment, the RCA program, the Regional Environmental Assessment Program. They're there. All the documents are there, so they can be reviewed to address and answer those questions. Should we allow oil and gas in the region? But again, the Inuvialuit Game Council plays a big part in that. And with their cooperation, we can devise a plan to work cohesively to address oil and gas in the region again, because disasters come from that. Natural disasters are in place now because of climate change. So we need to be ready for the worst case scenario in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Rubin. And that concludes the responses to Sachs Harbour's question. So we now move to Tuktoyaktuk for your question.
Our question is for all 7 candidates. We're going to talk in regards to the forgotten ages of 18 to 30. As there's no programs, nothing in Tuktoyaktuk. My question to the elected chair, how can you help with funding for programs and infrastructure for the ages of 18 to 30? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. The responses to this question will be asked in the following order. Going first will be Mr. Dwayne Smith, second, Hans Lenny, third, Brian Wade, fourth, Lucy Kuptana, 5th, Lawrence Rubin. 6th, Kurt Wainman. And 7th, Erwin Elias. I'll turn the floor now to Dwayne Smith, please.
In regards to any age group, there is no discrepancy or effort to not include any age groups. Health and wellness funding, which people still call Brighter Future funding, is transferred to the community corps for you to put out there in regards to proposals. So it includes all age groups. You can entertain applications from 18 to 30-year-old age groups as well if you wanted to be specific and say, this funding we're allocating for that purpose. And there have been other funds that have been provided on different occasions for activities for those age groups. We have on the land programs. We provide funding to different agencies or groups that deliver these programs on behalf of yourselves as well within the region. So if there's something that is obvious, and I mean, there is no intent for that to be an area that isn't supported. Bring it to have your chair bring it to the attention so that there could be some more effort put towards that. But again, funding is provided to every age group for every opportunity, whatever you see as a priority. If it's sewing, if it's on the land, if it's traditional games, if it's different elder youth initiatives, etc. The funding is blanket transferred to you, and even more funds have been transferred of recent for you to express the priorities and allocate those funds yourself as you see fit. And it's probably not clear enough what the criteria should be for those funds, but that's what it's for.
Thank you, Candidate Smith. We'll now move to Mr. Hans Lenny, please.
Thank you for the question. See, that age group is they're at the age now where they should be graduating. Now we should be putting in programs where they can access post-secondary. And this is where, if you're not going to go post-secondary, this is where the mentorship program should be. You know, they're looking for work. This is where the mentorship's really got to step up. This age group. You know, maybe they're not all going to be that way, but you got to have options for them. On the land programs, some of the best hunters is that age group. They're supplying food right now to the elders. You know, and there's younger kids looking up to them. So now you can do a training program there, a hunting program there, trapping. You know, it's natural to them. So you got to take those and just move it with them. But that age group there, you know, we should be setting up within our subsidiaries mentorships. We should be having sewing programs because they're all got their young families. You know, we can get them to start sewing for their kids and also for the whole community and other places. Everyone has their own design of hunting and fishing gear. We can do it with our own people. That's even better because they know what's needed. And then last thing, well, all your communities know what you need. Bring it back to the table. Always said, the decisions and answers will be done at the community corporation table. That's where it should be talked about, discussed, and pushed forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Lenny. We'll move now to Mr. Brian Wade.
Thank you, David, for the question. You know, that 18 to 30 demographic is really crucial. That's the years where young people start to form themselves and create a pathway forward. As a regional corporation, I think being visible within communities and allowing you to develop planning and what the community initiatives are that are wanted in each community, and as the regional corporation supporting that, having the mentors to allow these young people to look up to them. is crucial. Having career and life planning, different options. The world is so huge, and our youth don't know that. And get them out there to experience everything life has to offer, and support them while doing it. And then they're going to fall. And having that community support is so crucial in developing our young people into professionals and meaningful participants in the community. Also, just to touch on, these are the years that we're having these youth reps, and I think we're coming a long way with including youth in everything that we're doing. And having them sit in on these meetings and learn Inuvialuit governance is a start. And, just listening to communities and community needs is really crucial, and then backing that and supporting that, if it's resources or whatever it may be that we can help to assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Wade. We'll move to Ms. Lucy Kaptana, please.
Thank you, Davey, and thank you to the Tuktoyaktuk Community Corporation for the question. The age group 18 to 30, I see it in Tuk and I see it in small communities that they really need help. They need supports, they need recreational programming, they need things offered because they're really struggling right now and the world is so different for them. I think a lot of them spend a lot of time on their phones, on social media, without that human interaction, and school and our educational institutions, I think, are really struggling too. The absenteeism after COVID has increased so much where there's not too many youth attending school. So I think this is a critical issue because these are our young leaders and we need to help them. We need to have a careful analysis of our IRC programs, but also our federal and territorial government programs, our NGOs and other partners, perhaps foundations, but we need to work together again in collaboration to see what we can offer to communities to help our youth. I think that we'd have to get a good briefing and an understanding of what's being offered now and how we could amp that up. Because again, this emphasis is important and they're falling through the cracks, and many of my colleagues here have mentioned programs that are available and could be available, and there's many ideas around the table, but we need to add like education and training, capacity building, a cultural component, like a health and wellness component. It encompasses 360 of how a person is living today, and I think they really seriously need help. So thank you for the question, Koinani.
Thank you very much, Candidate Kaptana. We'll move now to Mr. Lawrence Rubin.
Thank you, Nani, for your question. Program for 18 to 30 is our esteemed colleague here already stated that Bright Futures addresses a lot of that. But if elected as chair, I'd like to enhance those programs that are already in place by meeting with your youth committees, which is in some communities non-existent. We need to encourage those people 18 to 30 that have just come out of school to make recommendations to the groups such as the community corporations and the hamlets in all 6 ISR communities to improve activities for those ages. One thing I've always looked at for community events is Facebook. A lot of youth look at Facebook and say, we need something for us to do. Some of our members go through Facebook to have volleyball tournaments for all ages. That works well that way, but to address your question, I would take recommendations from your youth committees, bring them to your committee and the hamlet to address events and also infrastructure, which is much needed. In some cases, you need to put a category from the federal government to join the regional youth group or recreational group. You have to fit in that to get funding from the federal government, and that's always been the case. We need to change that. We need to help the youth at those ages to move forward. So thank you for your question.
Thank you very much, Candidate Rubin. We'll move now to Mr. Kurt Wayman.
Thanks for this question, TCC. It's
that's a tough one. That age group is very tough to keep busy and happy. And there's several things we can do. Like you can fund, like as the IRC, we can sponsor music fest, ball tournaments, hockey tournaments. We also should be meeting with the community. We should be meeting with the TCC. We should be doing a trifecta thing to design something that's in a calendar to keep these people and children and everyone busy. It's a community effort to raise that age group. And without having a community effort, well, we'll have nothing. So we have to work together to do it. There's all kinds of that ages of pre-trades in that area as well. Like, we can look at introducing a pre-trades course to see maybe they want to move on to a trade. Maybe they want to move up. You never know. Become a nurse, become a carpenter. Those are the area there. If they haven't already done it, maybe that's something we have to introduce. Like I said, it's a tough age. If they're in, the community assistant, my best advice would be that we sit down together and figure out what is required, what is needed, where we can help. As well, and they have a great music festival. Used to have a hockey tournament. That was lots of fun. I used to go to those. I mean, there's things we can reinvent and reintroduce and get back to our roots and, keep our children at home. It's important. I don't like our kids leaving our communities, our region. That's our future, and we have to really seriously look at it because they are our future. So sitting down together, building a calendar with the community, with TCC, and the counselors there, that would be the first step I would suggest so we can figure out how to make it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Candidate Wainman. And we'll pass the floor now to Mr. Erwin Elias.
Thank you, Tuck Community Corp, for the question. I think, the first thing that comes to mind is, putting this age group back out in the land. And, that's where a lot of healing comes from. One of the situations that we ran into as a community a few years back is we dealt with a lot of suicide with this age group. And, it is really hard for the community to deal with. And I hear the concern from the community. I live in the community. And that's something that we're afraid of all the time. What this group is doing. A lot of them want to do so much. A lot of them don't have the means. When we talk about going out in the land, I think that we could build programs. A lot of these people don't have snowmobiles. They don't have quads. They don't have the equipment. But we can build a program that can accommodate that. Because there's a lot of people in this age group that are unemployed again because of the government system. If you're working, then you're not going to get free fuel no more for your house that you're living in. You're going to get penalized if you have income, especially if you're working for only 2 weeks. So a lot of people are told to stay home through the system. So I think there's a lot of good ways of doing it. One of the amazing things we have in front of us right now is we have a housing and infrastructure program that we can roll out and we can build trades into it. But even through that program, we need to make sure that we're not hiring contractors to do electrical work, plumbing, carpentry. We need to have journeymen. This thing will roll out for 10 years. We can get our people into trades in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Candidate Elias. Thank you, everybody, for such fantastic questions. This concludes our questions from the floor segment. I'd like everyone to give a big round of applause to these candidates. Wonderful. So we are currently at around 5 o'clock.
Motion to accept.
I propose that we take 20 minutes, get some snacks, get some fresh air. When we come back, we'll start the voting process. And I'll ask the candidates just to move to the table to the side. Welcome to the voting segment of our wonderful day together. I'm quickly going to go over the voting process and the process of elimination as it is described in the election rules. It's a repeat from this morning, but I'm happy to go over it again so that it is well understood as we head into this part of the day. I am going to be calling community corporations alphabetically. Community corporations will line up just in front of Amanda Shortreed, who's standing in the corner, and I will be there as well. You do not need to be in alphabetical order within your community corporations. We're just organizing it by community corporation. Perfect demonstration. Thank you. When you get to the front, we will check off your name and give you a ballot. You will then take the ballot to the screen that you see here. You will take the pen that's located behind the screen and mark a clear X in the space next to the person that you want to elect. I was going to say something else. Once you have marked your ballot with the X, please fold it in half and place it into the ballot box. Shelley Hendrick is standing right here in the event that you need some assistance putting the ballot in the ballot box. Once we're getting down to the last few people in the community corporation that is lined up, Christine will ask the next community corporation to begin lining up. And we will continue around the community corporations until everyone has cast their ballots. Once everybody is seated back in their seats, the ballot box will be taken to the side. The scrutineers will be invited to come up, and legal counsel, myself, and the scrutineers will count the ballots. As the rules say, if a candidate receives more than 50% of the total number of votes cast, that candidate is declared elected. If no candidate receives more than 50% of the votes cast, then the name of the candidate receiving the fewest votes will be eliminated from the next ballot, and a second poll will be held. If no candidate receives more than 50% of the vote on that next poll, the same thing happens. And we continue to remove the lowest number of votes from the ballot. The one case where we need to do a little bit of math is where there is a tie for lowest. The rule reads as follows. If during any poll two candidates are tied for the fewest number of votes cast, and together the two candidates have received less than 15% of the total votes cast, both candidates will be eliminated from the next poll. So in that case, more than one person will be removed from the next ballot. After the votes have been tabulated, I will come back up to the podium and I will announce either the elected candidate or the individuals who will be on the next ballot. And we will quickly fashion the next round of ballots to reflect that. Okay? Are there any questions at this point? Mr. Nasrallah.
Can you explain the spoil ballot rule?
I think I can. Yes. Thank you for the question. So the rule is that as long as we can determine the clear intention of the voter, then the ballot is good. If we cannot determine the clear intention of the voter, then the ballot is considered spoiled. In that case, the ballot has been cast, so it counts among the votes cast. In other words, it is the denominator. So in the event that there are 2 spoiled ballots and all of the other ballots are good, then we still consider that we have 42 ballots cast and the math is done with 42 ballots. Are there any other questions? Yes, sir.
After the voting is all done, you are going to give that ballot box a good shake, right? Because the way we're voting, the Aklavik ballots are going to, for the most part, be in the bottom, and the Ulu votes are going to be in the top. And you may lose a bit of anonymity. Fancy words. And we don't necessarily want to see that. So give that box a good shake. We're drawing them. Thank you.
Good words.
We will do that. We'll give it a good shake in front of everybody. You can tell me to keep shaking if I haven't done enough. Yes, sir.
That just applies to each round, right? Okay.
Yes, that's exactly it. It just goes up. We continue through that process until we have a majority candidate. Okay. Okay, so let the voting begin. Thank you very much.
Right.
Oh yeah, sure. Super fast. Thank you. Oh, kailangan ko tayo. Kita? Masyadong bagus tayo.
Baby. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Heather.
Lucy, Shelley, you might have to lift up your walk. There you go.
Thank you, Marge.
Oh, good. Okay. I know.
Katie, I'd like to speak on that side for this thing.
Oh, I'd like to call up the scrutineers to join us now. If there are any scrutineers in here, I think I saw Carmen back there, Corey, anyone else? Oh, Lillian, there we go. And Donovan. Okay, gang's all here. We're just going to head back and count, and I'll be out shortly.
Okay.
Give it a shake. Big shake, big shake. Yes.
Before we do the first round, just give some appreciation to our candidates here for putting themselves out there. I mean, we have a lot of good leaders there, a lot of future leaders, and I just want them to know, win or lose, I mean, you know, you're all winners in my book, so I think we should give them a really big round of applause.
Thank you for your patience. The candidates that will be moving on to the next round are Mr. Erwin Elias, Ms. Lucy Kuptana, Mr. Hans Lenny, Mr. Dwayne Smith, and Mr. Brian Wade. So we will quickly adjust the ballots. Amanda. And we'll have people line up to recast ballots for a second round. We'll do this as quickly as possible.
Wait, no problem. Yep. You guys? Yeah.
Here, Lord.
Can you do these while we type on stuff? Yes. And then we'll do some next stuff. Just double check. Bring it.
We're up to 701.
JD. No. Thank you. No, never.
No, I think it.
Yeah.
Smells good.
Did it go in?
I think so. Yeah.
Here. Yeah. I'll fix it. You gotta invest in a new ballot box. Oh, it's started. I'll grab it. I think he was between them. Oh. Now you go. Just 1 second. Oh. Oh. Utakin mo na eh. You want something, Mother?
All the ballots have been cast for round 2. If the scrutineers could come join me at the front, and we will go and count the ballots. Thank you.
There you go. Now you're cameraman.
Okay. Smile. Say hello to the world.
I already checked, Rob.
You're alive.
Witness, man, we're eating.
Pizza night. I know. Say hello to the family back home.
Paulatuk.
Paulatuk.
Good enough. You have. Hi, Macy. Oh, Sachs.
Sachs.
Hi, Sachs.
Tuktoyaktuk.
Hi, Packer.
$2.5 billion corporation.
There's Colin from Ulukhaktok.
Put that on the air.
You're on the air. There's Inuvik. And there's Aklavik. There's our elders and youth back there.
Oh my gosh, allowing you to do how come mine's not? You can smile.
There's our interpreters.
Watch the cameras beside you.
The candidates that will be moving on to the next round are Mr. Erwin Elias, Ms. Lucy Kuptana, Mr. Dwayne Smith, and Mr. Brian Wade. We will get the ballots ready and we will go through all of this again.
Thank you, everyone.
Nobody's gotten 50%. Jody's still liking her job. It's all good.
I don't know. Sometimes she complains, sometimes she's doing it.
Is it health and hospital gas?
Health and social services.
Right. Yeah.
That's the idea.
Yeah. Who's her boss?
I think Saturday now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She's been there a while, huh?
She is not. She's got 5 years.
Right on. You guys will stick around in Inuvik?
I don't want to, but she's doesn't want me. I don't know. It's such a ugly world nowadays. I don't mind either way. She doesn't matter to me. I could rest my life and like I got things I could do.
Yeah.
I want to go camp somewhere else.
But if you could, what, northern Alberta or what?
No, I probably, if I had a choice, I'd probably someplace close to Alberta, North Saskatchewan border.
Oh, yeah. Nice over that way.
But then again, who would know it's Alberta trying to separate what's going to happen?
Yeah.
We were talking about politics.
Oh.
Alberta trying to separate from Canada.
Port Nelson is a nice looking place, but pretty redneck out there.
That would be really interesting to see how they try and pull that off.
I don't think they can.
No.
A lot of talk.
Yeah. For no reason, but she lived with the two rednecks already.
Yeah.
It all started with that freedom convoy. That's what started all the boats getting off in Canada. They should never let that happen.
I got a friend in Ottawa. Some guys were just shitting in their lawn. I know you got to go to the bathroom, but
I know that's the government should have put us. The
government,
the balls would have shut it down right now.
Yeah.
You're not going to disrupt our lives like that.
Yeah.
Because you don't like what's going on.
Right.
More
Oh, we're just going to use the one mic.
Yeah.
Good. here? I think so. No, they don't need me. That's it for me, man.
Oh, and then Helen's daughter-in-law.
All of the ballots have now been cast for round 3. I would ask the scrutineers to come and join me at the front, and we will count this round of ballots.
Good time for Tamapta. Old time story.
What's that?
I'm just teasing.
I'm not done with you yet. The candidates that will be moving on to the next round are Mr. Erwin Elias, Ms. Lucy Kaptana, and Mr. Brian Wade. We will adjust the ballots and recommence voting shortly. Thank you. It's been a long day, but thank you for persisting. All of the ballots for round 4 have been cast. I would invite our
Scrutineers up to the front, we'll count the ballots and return shortly. Thank you.
I'm glad we all enjoy each other's company so much. The candidates moving on to the next round are Mr. Erwin Elias and Ms. Lucy Kuptana.
We're up.
Yeah. One. Missing your shop? Oh, sister love.
Good job.
The last of the ballots of the fifth round have been cast. We will go back and count them. I will report back shortly. Thank you. All of the ballots have been counted from the fifth round of voting. It is my pleasure to declare the winner of the 2026 IRC Chairperson Election, Mr. Erwin Elias. I would ask Mr. Elias to come up to the podium and say hello to your 42 directors.
Wow. How can I evaluate? Just like to, again, before when we finished, I was hoping that we were able to say a closing statement. I want to thank all the candidates that ran. A lot of effort put into it. This month and a half or so of hard grinding, going to the communities, hearing your voices and your concerns. Just want to say thank you very much to all the candidates that stepped up and put their name in. I also want to thank all the staff for putting all this together, all the organizers, management, the cooks, the catering, everything. Thank you guys so much. I think, when I went on this, decided to put my name forward, Lucy was the one that actually told me to put my name forward. And, I put my name forward and I committed myself. And, oof. My family, the sacrifices they made. And, I heard all your voices, every one of you. And it means a lot to me. And I think that's what brought me here. It's because I really believe in you people, our people, 42 directors. You guys are going to be the ones that are going to be steering the ship for the next 4 years. And I'm here to be a spokesman for you. I'm here to guide you. And we are going to fix, some of the social issues that we have right now. There's some stuff we could do really quick. And I'm really happy, to get off running, work with you. I can't wait to see your communities prosper. To the youth and the elders, again, Jean from Ulukhaktok was the highlight of my campaign. Toward the end, I had elders in my platform, and I said, I'm going to teach what I preach. She said, keep preaching, keep preaching. So look forward to working with everybody. And once again, thank you all so much. There's a lot of work to do in the next 4 years. I'm not here to flip this organization, but there's definitely room for improvement. I can't wait to represent the Inuvialuit. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure I was all that much help. You think I can take this back now, like 8, 9, 10. Yeah. He's like snakes. Yeah. And I'm going to.
Before everybody leaves there, you have to the tables there, they have to already set up for tomorrow.
Exciting, man. Good footage. Good show, yeah.
Recorded separate.
Reading if we might be maybe.